For purposes of my cross-examination, I'll refer you to Exhibit U1 of the record on this aspect. At paragraph 13, the relevant line that I'm going to read is from I'll just read the whole paragraph. Where it says, when I walk in the house, I saw Senzo lying in the sitting room, bleeding on the chest. We then put a towel and carried him to the BMW X6 together with Zandi's boyfriend, Tumelo, and other neighbors. I don't know. Close quotation.
Is that paragraph?
13 of Exhibit U1. It is 826.
Yeah.
Paragraph 13.
Also this one. Number 13. Maybe not 13.
Okay.
At the top there is 13. It's paragraph 13.
Yes.
Yes, the first one.
Yes, the one.
Yes. Where it starts by saying, when I walk in the house, you can then follow from there. Thank you.
Yes.
Ngabona uSenzo eleli phansi eleli sitting room opha esifubeni sase ke simfaka within sase simbeka itowel samubula ke simsaka BMW X6 kanye neboyfriend kaZandi uTumelo kanye futhi nabanye omakhelwane angibazi.
Yebo?
Yes.
Yebo.
I see it.
So in your statement, you did indicate that Thwala, who is Zandi's boyfriend, did assist in putting the deceased in the vehicle, the BMW X6.
Statement esakho kushiya uyasho-ke noma washo-ke ukuthi Thwala boyfriend kaZandi walekelela ke ukufakeni umufi emotweni.
Yebo kubhaliwe la kodwa umuntu wayilekelela kakuZandi ayi boyfriend kaZandi.
Yes,
ngeke boyfriend kaZandi. So kodwa ngiyabona ukubhaliwe la ukuthi Zandi's boyfriend. Kodwa umuntu walekelela uZandi.
Yes, it is written here that Zandi's boyfriend, but the person that was assisting was Zandi, not Zandi's boyfriend.
There is a statement by Thwala which he made on the 6th of November 2014.
Una statement ke uLongwe awasenza nge-6 zika November 2014
at 1300 hours 30. The statement was made before Captain Angel Kululeko Mthethwa at First Loras Police Station.
senziwa kuyena ke uAngel Nkululeko Mthethwa at First Loras Police Station.
It is A57. I'm going to read for you paragraph 10 of that statement, which reads as follows, and I quote: on arrival, I found Zandi's mom, Kelly, and that two unknown males carrying Senzo to the car, and I tried to help them, but there were many people carrying him.
Efundeka ngalendlela ka le statement asifundayo advocate ukuthi uthi ke uma efika uLongwe ke lo wathola ke uZandi uMakaZandi kanye futhi nabasilisa ababili besake umufi emotweni wazama ke ukuthi alekelele kodwa ke kwakunabantu abaningi.
Do you understand this statement? He says he was also there, he tried to help. And you are saying that on the other hand, you did not see him.
Uyasizwa le statement esakhe uthi wayekhona ke ezama ukuthi alekelele kodwa ke wena konihlangothi uthi cha wayengekho.
Yebo, statement esibhalwe uyena leso. Mina kodwa engikushoyo ukuthi uLongwe angimkhumbuli ekhona kubantu ababelekelela befaka uSenzo emotweni.
Yes, that's a statement written by him, but what I'm saying is, I don't remember Longwe being there amongst the people who assisted in loading the deceased into the vehicle.
Let us now move to another statement that you made, which was entered into the record as Exhibit U2 of the record. It is A113. But before I start to refer you to that statement, can you tell this court how many shots did you hear during the incident?
Wezwa isibhamu siqhuma kangaki ngaleliya langa?
Yebo ngishilo ukuthi sisodwa ngasizwa siqhuma ngisendlini and sesibili I might have heard it ngesikhathi ngiphuma ngaphandle.
As I've already said that I heard the first, or it went off when I was inside, and I might have heard the second one when I was outside.
So two.
So 2 in total.
At paragraph 12 of your statement, that is Exhibit U2, it reads as follows, and I quote, I heard only one gunshot during the incident, and it was before I ran out. Close quotation.
Ngezwa isibhamu siqhuma kanye kuphela ke ngaso isehlakalo leso kwakungaphambi kokuthi ngibaleke ngiye ngaphandle.
Yes.
It is nowhere in your statement that you heard the second shot when you were outside. It only refers to the one gunshot that you heard during the incident. That was before you ran out.
Akukho ke lapho statement sakho la utshoyo khona ke noma ukhuluma ngokuqhuma kwesibhamu okwesibili ke uthi lana ke wezwa nje siqhuma kayi-1.
Yebo ku-right uqinisile futhi nalapho, kodwa ke ngingakusho ukuthi uma ubhala istatement kunezinto oyikhumbulayo after, kunezinto oyikhohlwayo oyifuna futhi uyi-rectify na-after. Nabo bekubhalisa istatement bayakutshela futhi lokho ukuthi siyazi ukuthi ngeke uzukhumbule yonke into, okunye mhlawumbe ngenzeka ube ukukhumbula ngesinye isikhathi. So ke njengoba ngisho ukuthi esisodwa ngasizwa ngisangaphakathi, njengoba ngasho futhi ukuthi I might have heard the second gunshot outside sesibili.
It is so that when a statement is being taken down from you, you remember certain things. There are things that you don't remember, and you might be able to remember at a later stage. Even when they take a statement from you, they inform you that you might not be able to remember everything now. So yes, as it is put here that I heard only one shot, and also saying here in court that I might have heard the second shot when I was outside.
Okay. There are two aspects before I sit down that I want to canvass from you. The first one, I'll take you to the evidence of Zandile Khumalo, just a brief synopsis of her evidence. He says, or rather she says, that one gunshot was fired when she was in the kitchen. She then ran into the bathroom. 2 shots were fired when she was there.
Ngizothi nje kafushane ke ngikusho noma ngikutshele ke lokho okushiwo uyena ke uZandile kubufakazi bakhe. Uthi ke saqhuma ke isibhamu ihlandle lodwa ngathi esekitchen wasegijima ke eya ebathroom, kanti esebathroom saqhuma isibhamu kabili.
Do you follow?
Yes, I hear you.
All right. She further went on to testify that when she was in the bathroom, squatting there, she opened the bathroom door and saw the deceased moving from the kitchen to the sitting room.
Uqhubeka ke athi uZandile kubufakazi bakhe uthe esese bathroom lapho ke ehlezi noma esikwatile ke ngendlela esikwate ngayo wasepopola ke ngase siqapha leso sase bathroom wambona ke umufi endlula esuka ngase kitchen eya ngakuhlangothi lase sitting room.
Yebo.
Yes.
In the contrary, your evidence is to the effect that after you heard the first gunshot, You then ran out of the door, but before you ran out of the door, you met the deceased next to the stove, taking the direction to the sitting room. You confirm that?
Ngokuphikisanayo ke naloko kushoyo wena ke ngoba wena uthe kuba kubufakazi uthe uma seqhuma ke isibhamu okokuqala wena ke nkathi ugijima ke uya obalekele esicabheni uyophuma ngaphandle endlini wahlangana naye ke umufi yena ke naphambana nomufi yena ke engena ngaphakathi endlini.
Yebo.
Yes.
I just want your viewpoint on this. Zandi, having seen Senzo moving from the kitchen to the sitting room and you meeting Senzo in the kitchen before you ran out, does that not suggest that when the shots that Zandi had fired were still in the kitchen?
He was still in the kitchen?
Yes.
Okay. Ingabe lokhu ke akuthi yini uma kuwukuthi uZandi ke wabona umufi esibuya ke kitchen sitting room ukuthi lokuqhuma kwesibhamu uZandi akhuluma ngako akuzwa nkathi yena ke ese bathroom ukuthi akusho lokho ukuthi wena ngaleso sikhathi leso wawusese kitchen yini?
Angeke ngize ngikhulume ngestatement zaZandi mina ngangibuza ngestatement zami ezaZandi nje ngeke ngize ngikhulume ngaso.
There's no way that I can make reference or speak about Zandi's statements. You can only ask me about my statements. I cannot speak about Zandi's statement.
I'm also going to take you to the statement of Lieutenant Colonel Christian Mangena. It is A64.
Ufike uzokufundela ke i-statement sakhe uLieutenant Colonel Christian Mangena. A64.
Lieutenant Colonel did some observation in the kitchen and come to certain conclusions. But what is relevant for purposes of my cross-examination is paragraph 13.1.2 at page 21 of his affidavit. But before I go to the affidavit of the Lieutenant Colonel, that is Mangena, you haven't told this court about how you exited the door. Did you exit through the closed door or the door was open when you exited?
Awukayitsheli-ke le nkantolo ukuthi waphuma kanjani-ke, waphuma umnyango ovaliwe noma ke waphuma umnyango ovuliwe?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngeke ngize ngiphume umnyango kuba uvaliwe. Kusho ukuthi umnyango awuvuliwe ngesikhathi ngiphuma.
I think that there's no way I would have exited if the door was closed, so it means that the door was open when I went out.
Who opened the door? Can you tell this court? Because you haven't told this court throughout your evidence in chief.
Ubani owasivula isicapha ngoba ukazi uyitsheleke le nkantolo kuba bonke nje ubufakazi bakho.
Angeke ngizokwazi ukuphendula nalo mbuzo ngoba angikazi ngisho ukuthi isicapha sasivaliwe vele.
I won't be able to answer that question because I've never even said that the door was closed.
So, how was the door open? Was it wide open when you ran out?
Ngathi-ke uphuma wena-ke ubaleka nje umnyango lo wawuvuleke nje wonke.
Nalapho futhi angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi wawuvuleke wonke noma kanjani kodwa umnyango wawuvulekile ngoba ngaphuma kuona mina and angizange ngize nguvule.
Even there I won't be able to say whether it was wide open but the door was open, but it wasn't opened by me.
I just want to grasp this before I ask you this question, but Lieutenant Colonel Mangena says the following, and I quote, that is at paragraph 13.1.2. The other shot was fired to the direction of the door at a slightly downward angle.
Uma efunda-ke affidavit yakhe-ke uLieutenant Colonel Mangena uthi enye-ke ishoti yadutshulwa-ke esicabheni nje ukuyenzansi.
Bullet damage marked A1 on the door had characteristics of an unstable bullet.
What's an unstable bullet?
Yes, can I repeat that?
What's an unstable bullet? Ngizisho ngesingisi-ke mfethu uthi-ke le damage noma lo monakalo wabonakala-ke esicabheni wabonakala noma usho-ke uveza ukuthi kwakuyi-bullet engekho stable or unstable.
The unstableness of the bullet could have been as a result of an intermediate target between the firearm and the door, which most probably was the deceased. Close quotation.
Ngiyakuzwa.
Yes, I'm hit by the ballistic terms now.
Ngiyakuzwa kodwa ke nami ngiyadideka ngiyalahleka manje ukhuluma ama bullets unstable ntonton so nami ngilost but ngiyakuzwa ukuthi uthini.
I hear what you are saying.
Mhlawumbe mungangihlaziyela kahle.
If I can simplify this, it says that there is a shot that was fired, right? Or maybe we allow
The other shot was
the honest witness to comment on the trajectory of the alleged unstable projectile.
My lord, I just want him to understand this before. I'm not saying that he has to comment about it, but there's a question that I'm driving at. The follow-up question.
Okay.
Yes, it is this important next question that I want him to answer. Yes.
Ngiyakuzwa ngiyifunda kodwa ngicela uhlaziye kahle mhlawumbe just explain ukuthi what does this mean ngoba as much as we understand the English but when you're putting it in terms
it says that there was a target between when the firearm was shot and the door.
Ngaphambi kokuthi uyofika ke noma uyoshaya esicabheni khona la eyaqala yashaya khona inhlanzi.
Yes, to simplify it. So, and there is a photo which depicts the damage at the door.
Sikhona futhi nesithombe lana ke esikhombisayo ukuthi umnyango lona ke wonakaliseka.
If ngikuzwa kahle mhlawumbe le target engawuzwa uthi bullets khona la ngathi mhlawumbe ngizothi ubrekeshaya khona before ifike lapho.
If I understand you correctly, maybe it's this target that confuses.
You're saying the bullet ricocheted somewhere ukuze iyofika lapho.
Before the bullet hit the door, it hit the deceased. That is what this is saying.
I read evidence. Please, I read the affidavit.
Yes.
I'm saying it's in the lieutenant's affidavit that it actually hit, or he's just surmising.
Yes.
Hello?
So, sorry, my lord.
Is he just surmising, or is he categorically stating it as a fact?
Yeah, as a fact.
As a fact?
Yes.
I see. Okay.
Ngaphambi kokuthi uyoshaya ke isicabha yashaya yena ke ngokwebeka kwakho umneli yashaya umufi.
So, what I want to find out is how is it probable that the bullet would have hit the back of the door, hence the door was open after you had ran out of the house?
Once again, as we objected before, issues relating to ballistic evidence can be put to the ballistic expert when he comes to testify. This witness is a layman, and we submit, my lord, that it is unfair to put questions regarding such a technical field to a layperson.
What's your view, Mr. Normal?
My lord, I just wanted this witness to comment because he says that he ran through the open door. Mangena says there is a bullet which hit the back of the door, so there is, the versions which are not consistent.
Can you comment on that, sir? About the fact that there was an intermediary disturbance of the bullet because it had struck Senzo before it struck the door.
I think he knows. I'm not going to comment on what somebody else's statement says.
I'll leave it there, my lord. Thank you.
Just for my edification, that statement of Lieutenant Mangena, sorry.
Yes.
Is it made in terms of section 212 of the
It's
criminal procedure?
212. Yes, it's 212.
Yeah, but that section pertinently deals with expect evidence.
Expect evidence.
Is that not
yes,
so?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes. I'll leave it there, my lord.
Yes.
Thank you. What was the main reason for you to run out of the house?
Panic, clump, shock, safety.
Panic, shock, safety, just a lot.
Assistance could be one of them. To look for assistance, to look for help.
Yes, you can also say that.
Did you do that? Did you do that? Did you look for assistance?
Yes, so did.
Yes, I did get it.
Did you phone for the police or the ambulance?
Ambulance
at the time, I was off.
At the time, I didn't call them because my phone was off.
Did you ask from the neighbors to assist you?
I
didn't ask them because I went back into the house and rushed Senzo to hospital.
If I get your evidence clear, at the time when you ran out of the house, the first intruder was still inside the house.
Yes.
When you ran back, that is after you jumped the wall of the neighbor, were you not in danger?
Kathi usubuyela khona ke usujomba futhi ke ubonda lolu lakomakhelwane wawungekho engozini yini noma ungekho engcipheni yini?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi bengichazile ukuthi ukubuyela kwami ngaphakathi endlini ngangisengitholile confirmation from uMakakheli ukuthi akekho lo muntu wayephethe isibhamu ngaphakathi.
I think I did mention it that when I jumped back or when I went back into the house, I had already received confirmation from Kelly's mother that the suspect was not inside the house anymore.
So ngabuyela ngaphakathi endlini.
I then went back into the house.
Did you see the first intruder when he was moving out of the house?
Ngathi ephuma ke ehamba endlini lokuqala wambona yini?
Cha, ngibona.
I didn't see him.
Do you know what happened to him?
Ngabuyazi ukuthi kwenzekani ngaye?
Cha,
no. I don't know.
Is it correct that from your evidence after you jumped back, you told this court that you remained in the premises of Khumalo home? You were in the vicinity. You confirm that?
Uma usujompeleke wabuyela khona kwaKhumalo ke angithi waba lapho noma uphakathi lapho egcekeni lakwaKhumalo emuva kokuthi wabuya futhi uthi emuva kokuthi angithi ubungale kwaNgcatshe ne wasujompa ubuyela khona kwaKhumalo so nkathi usubuyeleke khona kwaKhumalo ukuthi ngaso wawulapho nje ngaso sonke isikhathi lapho kwaKhumalo egcekeni noma kusendlini noma kusegcekeni kodwa wawukwaKhumalo.
Ngicela ukuthi ngaKhumalo ngijumpele back kaKhumalo so obviously ngaKhumalo.
I jumped back into the Khumalos so obviously I was at the Khumalos.
So how did it happen that you don't see this first intruder getting out of the house, or did he just vanish into thin air?
Manje kwenzeka kanjani ke ukuthi ungamboni lona ke noma wasuke nje wanyamalala nje kwenzeka kanjani ukuthi ungamboni uma ngabe ephuma endlini lokuqala?
angeke ngize ngazi-ke nami ukuthi kwenzeke kanjani ngoba umuntu engambona nje bengisho ukuthi makakheli isigebengu phela ekugcineni isigebengu ngathi mesiphuma sizoyiveza yini ngoba sizoqasha vele sibaleke.
I wouldn't know. The person that I saw, it's his mother, and we are referring to here to a criminal or a thug. So is that person just going to show himself when it is obvious that the person is going to hide?
Thank you, sir. Thank you, my lord. I have no further cross-examination. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Thwala.
Yes, ma'am.
I just want to understand the way in which you could assess things when the incident took place.
Ufuna nje ukubalula nokuzwa ke indlela ke abantu babona noma babuka ngayo ke isimo ke kwindawo yesigameko.
Yebo.
Yes.
For me to be able to do that, I have to ask you this question as to what is your highest standard of education.
Ukuze ngikwenzeke lokho kufanele ngiqale ngikubuze lana ke esikoleni ke.
As a coach, I know that is the style of counsel, but
Not the style.
to ask the qualifications.
That's hairstyle, is not on the facts.
We submit, my lord, that it's not relevant. You know, the history of education in this country. I think a witness must be respected and not be allowed to answer such questions regarding the higher standard of education. We submit it's irrelevant. It's got nothing to do with the issues at stake.
Yes, let's hear. What's your response, Ms. Shola?
My lord, it is important to know the competency, the skills, the experience, including the qualifications, if there are any, of the witness. Not precisely that he is giving expert evidence, but in order to assess
What?
the evidence in which he testified before this court and the way in which he observed things at the time when the incident took place, because those things I will be addressing this court on the reason why his evidence should be accepted or not. So it's going to assist my address, my lord.
So if he has a PhD, let's say, he has a PhD in mathematics or solid state physics, and if he doesn't have it, how does it affect his observational powers of observing what happens in front of him?
My lord, I'll be addressing at that particular time to say the witness couldn't answer 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5, whereas
that question is overruled.
as the court physicist. At the time when the incident took place, Mr. Thwala, were you working?
Ngenkathi isigameko senzeka ke wawusebenza.
Ngakenza ama-promotional jobs, ngisho kanjani.
I was doing
But
promotional.
now 9 to 5 at that time, 2014.
I was doing promotional jobs. Let me put it like that,
One
but
of-
not a 9 to 5 job in 2014.
For one of amalo, ngiyenza ngisho phansi la service providers between the three networks ala South Africa.
One of the service providers between the three here in South Africa, but I won't name.
Okay, so you were like a consultant.
No,
No.
promotional jobs like promoter.
I was promoting.
Okay. For how long?
Isikhathi esingakanani?
Yo. I think mhlampe it was for like 2 years because in 2015 ngase ngithola a stable job at Bonitas.
For about 2 years, because in 2015 I then got a stable job at Bonitas.
Okay. At that time, when you were doing the promotional jobs,
Yes.
You had applied for that job, is that correct?
Ngalesikhathi uthola lo umsebenzi lo owapplyela angithi.
Yeah, ngasho kanjalo.
Yes, you could say so.
Had you completed any application forms when you applied for that job?
Number application. So,
What is the relevance of all these issues? The witness's status regarding his employment or not, we submit that it's got nothing to do with the issues at hand.
No, maybe it has, but Ms. Mshololo, when I overruled that question, I did so because this witness is not testifying as an expert.
Yes,
Are
ma'am.
you with me?
Yes, ma'am.
Fine, go on. Let's hear you further, what you want to prove.
Thank you, ma'am. Have you signed any form?
Kunefomu oyisayinile yini uma usu-applyela lo umsebenzi lo?
Angisakhumbuli, but I think khona into esayinayo because fanele banikeze your account numbers and stuff ukuze bezokukhokhela. So noma ngasakhumbuli kahle, it was like 11, 12 years ago lokho.
I can't remember well, but I think there is something that you need to give them because you've got to provide them with your account numbers. Although I can't remember properly, it's about 11, 12 years ago.
But what I want to find out, Mr. Thwala, from you is that at the time when the incident took place, had you signed any document before? It may be the application for ID, it may be the application for employment, it may be the application when you open a bank account wherein you give information and sign at the end.
Afuna ukwazi-ke ukuthi ngaphambilini kwesigameko lesi ngabe khona yini noma yiphi nje i-document noma i-document yofuna umsebenzi, i-document yokwenza isicelo somazisi, noma yini nje i-document la ekugcineni kufanele usayinde khona.
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi angikhumbuli.
As I'm saying that, I can't recall.
Okay. And at that time, you will know, you could differentiate between right and wrong. Am I correct?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso-ke wawukwazi-ke oku-wrong kanye noku-right. Ngaleso sikhathi-ke kwenzeka kwesigameko.
I take it that you are no longer a child.
Angizwa kahle umbuzo.
Wawukwazi ukuthi uhlukanise phakathi koku-wrong kanye noku-right. Wawukwazi ukuhlukanisa phakathi kokubili ukuthi lokhu ku-right lokhu ku-wrong.
In other words, Mr. Thwala, you were no longer a child. I don't want to ask the age. You were no longer the child, you were an adult at that particular time. And you will be able to differentiate between right and wrong. Am I correct?
You can say so, yes.
Ngasho kanjalo-ke, yebo.
Okay. And then the two exhibits, my lord, exhibit U1 and U2. When you sign them, you understood what it means to put your signature in a document. Am I correct?
Ngathi usayinda lezi statement eziwu-2-ke lezi ey'phambi kwakho U1 no-U2 wawazi-ke ukuthi usayindelani noma uthini-ke uma ngabe usayinda?
Or you knew, my lord, just to rephrase the word. You knew
Wawazi
what were you doing when you put your signature in that document.
ukuthi ngokusayinda ukuthi wenzani?
Ngisho kanjalo la ngangiqala ukwenza, so
I would say so, but
ngichaza lokho izolo ukuthi i-statement yangiqala usibhala kahle, so
I would say so, and I was doing it for the first time. I did mention it yesterday that it was my first time deposing of statements.
Yeah. But you knew what you were doing.
Kodwa wawazi ukuthi wenzani.
Okay. Let's go to the first statement, my lord, exhibit U1. Paragraph 11. I'm going to read the second line, not the whole paragraph. The second paragraph, it says, the third line. He then chased me, or maybe let me just read the whole paragraph. Paragraph 11. I then went to the second suspect who was having a knife in his hand, pushed him aside, ran out of the house. He then chased me. I jumped the wall to the neighbor's house. At that time, neighbors were already outside as they heard what was happening.
Ngaya ke kumsolo usibili owayephethe ummese esandleni ngamphushela ke eceleni ngase ngigijima noma ngibaleka ke ngiphuma endlini wase engisukela ke noma engilandela ngajompa ke ubonda lamakhelwane noma lomuzi womakhelwane ngaleso sikhathi ke omakhelwane babe ngaphandle ke nanjengoba bakuzwa okwakwenzeka.
Okay, I understand it is your evidence that the two intruders came inside the house with the intention to demand money and cell phone. Is that correct?
Ngizwile ke ubufakazi bakho uthi uma bengena laba babili abangena endlini ngaleli ngake bangena bafuna imali kanye nama cell phones.
Yebo ikona bakwenza lokho.
Yes, that's what they did.
And then when you ran out of the house and being chased or being followed by the second intruder, he did not demand you any money, he did not rob you.
Uma ke usuphuma ke endlini usulandelwa ke lo wesibili ke akazange akubamba inkunzi akazange akufune lutho noma akufune imali noma akufune lutho.
Akazange ngoba ngangibaleka asanga zangifice.
He didn't because I was running and he didn't get to me or reach me. I jumped.
Okay. When we were jumping inside the Ngcatshe's homestead, he didn't follow you there.
Akazange akulandele uma ujombela kwaNgcatshe.
Wajiya ngaconcrete waqhubeka wehla ngomnyango. Azange azajombe kodwa yena.
I turned around close to the concrete and went down the road, but he didn't jump.
So he went past you.
He went wadlula kumina.
He went past.
Angithi besibaleka mina ngizojika ngizokhevela concrete ngizojomba. Naye uyakheva kancane but wangibona sengijomba useyaqhubeka uyehla.
As we were running, I then curved towards the concrete. He was also slightly curving, but he saw that I was jumping, but he then ran straight down.
But if that person had an intention to rob you, he would have caught you at the time when you were jumping inside the Ngcatshe's gate or fence.
Uma kuwukuthi loyo muntu lo wayenenhloso noma enenjongo yokuthi ke abamba inkunzi wayezokubamba ke noma wayezokufica ke nkathi ujomba khona lapho kwaNgcatshe.
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi lo muntu wayezongibamba inkunzi or whatever lento ayengibamba yona. So mina ngokubaleka kwami ngizokwenza sure ukuthi akakufici. Sasingadlali phela. Into serious.
As I said that this person had come to rob me. In my running, I would have made sure that he doesn't reach me or he doesn't get me. We were not playing games, it was serious.
Let's move on to paragraph 7 of the same exhibit, my Lord U1, wherein you said in paragraph 7, paragraph 7, line number 7 as well, when you said the first one had a firearm in his hand and said, "Food like cell phone and money."
Oqala ke wayephethe ke isibhamu esandleni sakhe wasesho ke amagama wawasho cell phone nemali.
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngiyabona lapho.
I see that.
Is that correct?
Kunjalo.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi bengishilo ukuthi cell phone nemali into engakukhumbula futhi yakhe kodwa cell phone nemali wakusho.
I think I did mention it yesterday that the cell phone and money, yes indeed, but the swear word I didn't. I said that I couldn't remember it.
Okay. And then let's move on to exhibit U2. Paragraph 4, line number 5, wherein you said he demanded money and cell phones. I can't remember what language he used. I think he was speaking in Zulu and Osoto. You said you can't remember, but here when you were testifying, you said you could remember.
Lana ke uthi ke wafuna ke imali kanye nama cell phones. Angisakhumbuli ukuthi wasebenzisa luphi ulimi. Ngicabanga ukuthi wayekhuluma isiZulu kanye nesisuthu. Lana ke uthi awukhumbuli kodwa la enkantolo ushilo uye wakhumbula.
Yebo.
Yes.
Unsini.
How come now you recall it?
I think I've always said in language ukuthi as much as kubhaliwe la, and we've always had a debate in language for which ngize clarify izolo ukuthi ngiqonda ukuthini ngalokho.
I think I've always said it, what the language was that was used, and it was even debated at some time here in court, and yesterday I clarified what I meant by that.
Oh, you said in what language did the suspect say demand money and so forth?
I said the person spoke in isiZulu suit, but and then I clarified ukuthi ngiqonda ukuthini mangisho kanjalo.
Ngitheke lo muntu wayekhuluma isiZulu nesisuthu, but I then clarified
Zulu suit. Then I clarified.
Ngisatolika. Awuphinde ke qale.
I said the person was speaking in isiZulu suit. I also mentioned isiSotho, yes, but not in a sense ukuthi umuntu bekhuluma ngesisuthu. Ngize ngachaza ukuthi isiZulu sami nesizulu somuntu wakuphi nesizulu somuntu wakuphi asifani as much as kuyisiZulu. Ngiyacabanga ukuthi nozantu uzilwazo testify la. Nesizweli isiZulu sakho ukuthi sinjani. Asifani nesami kodwa naye bekhuluma isiZulu.
I did say that it was Zulu, Sotho, but I then clarified what I meant by that. I even mentioned of places. Even Zandi was here. You heard how she was speaking in isiZulu, but her isiZulu is unlike mine.
Okay. Let's move on to paragraph 8 of the same exhibit U2, which reads as follows, I quote, my lord, open quote, I can't remember the color of the hoodie jacket the suspect was wearing. I can't remember that the second suspect was wearing a hat, but I don't know the color of the hat. I didn't see the second suspect properly, and I cannot describe or identify him.
Angikhumbulike ukuthi umbala we-hoodie jacket wawunjani, eyayogqokile umsolo wawunjani. Ngisakhumbula-ke ukuthi umsolwa wesibili wayegqoke isigqoko, kodwa-ke angiwazi umbala waso isigqoko. Angizange ngimbone umsolwa wesibili kahle, futhi-ke angeke bekusimo sokuthi-ke ngingamkhomba.
Yeah, ngiyakubona futhi nalapho yet again ngiyacabanga ukuthi bengichazile lokho ngoba le statement le sathi ngikhuluma ngaso sami Mr. Shapiro. Ngishilo ukuthi okay,
yes, I see that. In this statement I did clarify it or mention that this is the statement that was written by Shapiro.
I think kwaba khona ukuphazima phakathi kwami naye into engimtshela yona nento ayibhalayo, because I've always said with suspect number 1 ngiyamkhumbula owayegqoka isigqoko, suspect number 2 uyena lo wayifake into ehood engamkhumbuli kahle engagxili kuyena.
Because as myself and Shapiro were speaking and he was writing that which I was speaking, he wasn't writing that properly down, because I've always maintained or always said that I am able to, I remember suspect number 1 is the one that was wearing the hat, and suspect number 2 is the one that was wearing the hoodie, but that person I cannot remember or I can't identify him because I wasn't focusing on that person.
Okay, so the last part of this paragraph where it says, I didn't see the second suspect properly and I cannot describe or identify him, that one is correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay, let's move on to the same exhibit, my lord, paragraph 10. Let me just read the whole paragraph. It starts from paragraph 9. You see, paragraph 9, yes. If there is a contradiction between myself and other witnesses about the description of what the suspect was wearing, which hat, I can't deny it as I was confused and everything happened very fast. You see that one?
Lana ke ukuthi noma kufundeka ngalendlela uma kuukuthi ke kukhona la awufakazi bushayisana khona ke phakathi kwami kanye nabanye ofakazi mayela nokuchaza ke ukuthi umsolwa wayegqokeni noma uyigqoke isiqhoko angeke ngikuchaze sorry ngeke ngikuphikiseke lokho nanjengoba ngangididekile futhi konke kwenzeka ngokusheshsha. Yes.
You were confused. You agree with that one? You were confused.
Sorry. Ngithi ngiyakuzwa noma ngasakhumbuli kahle kodwa ngiyakuzwa ukuthi baba uthini.
I'm saying I'm hearing you, although I can't remember well, but I do hear what you're saying.
Yeah. And everything happened fast.
Konke kwenzeka ngokusheshsha.
Yebo kwakwenzeka ngokusheshsha manje.
Yes, it happened.
In other words, you couldn't see properly when the incident took place because you were confused and everything happened fast.
Ukusho ukuthi ke uma ngathi isigameko lesi senzeka okwakwenzeka ungaboni kahle ngoba ke wawujidekile futhi ke kwenzeka ngokusheshsha.
I think makwenzeka into kanje robbery okwenzakalayo obvious izinto eziningi ezenzakalayo kuwena. Ziningi izinto ezenzakalayo singahlala nje enkantolweni enzathi mhlawumbe manje usuku observe yonke into akufani nje besihleli kanje enkantolweni bathi kusuke umuntu eseqhamuka nesibhamu.
Obviously when something like that happens a lot of things happen to you. It's unlike us being here in court now and it's and then when somebody appears it's not the same as when someone appears with a firearm.
No, there is no harm if you say that. There is no harm if you say it happened fast and I was confused, or maybe others they say they were shocked. It's normal under the circumstances. That's what I want to confirm from you, that you were confused and everything happened very fast.
Ngingasho ukuthi everything happened very fast.
I can say that everything happened very fast.
Do you deny or admit that you were confused?
Ukuthi ke kona ke wawudidekile noma confused ke uyaphika noma uyakuvuma.
Angeke ngize ngisho ukuthi ngiyaphika or ngiyakuvuma.
I wouldn't say I deny nor confirm it.
Okay. And Senzo was your friend?
Kwakungani wakho Senzo?
A very close friend.
Umngani wami impela.
And you came to this court to tell the truth.
Uze futhi la kwenkantolo uzokhuluma iqiniso.
Njengoba nje sengiqalile kade ngiqalile futhi.
Just as I've started and I started long ago.
Let's read the other part of paragraph 5.
10.
But it starts with, it says paragraph 6. Oh, sorry, yes, it's paragraph 10. Paragraph 10 at the beginning. The second suspect was carrying a knife, and when I was coming outside, he chased me. I jumped the wall to the neighboring house. I cannot describe the knife. You see that?
Okwesibili ke umsolo wangisukela ke wayiphethe ummese futhi ke ngalenkathi ke noma ngenkathi ngibaleka ngaphandle wase ngisukela ke ngase ngijompa ke ubonda lo makhelwane angikwazi noma ngeke ngichaze ke ummese.
Is that one correct?
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay, and also it is your evidence here in court that you cannot describe the knife.
Uyasho futhi ukuthi ummese angeke uchaze.
Yebo.
Yes.
And I'm putting it to you that the reason why you cannot describe the knife, it's because there was no second suspect who was in possession of the knife.
Mina ke ngizothi uma ngikutshela ngithi imbangi noma isizathu sokuthi ungawuchazike noma ungakwazi ukuchaza ummese uyingoba wayengekho umsolo wesibini futhi wangenammese.
Sorry, before he responds, just think about the question you've just posed. You see, you're saying there was no second suspect who carried a knife. The implication or insinuation is that there was a suspect, a second or other suspect.
Oh, sorry, my lord, can I just rephrase?
Yes.
Can I just rephrase?
Yes.
In this statement, you were referring to the second intruder, am I correct?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you say you cannot describe the knife in which the second intruder possessed.
Futhi ke lo mmese lona othi lo wesibili wawuphethe ukuthi ummese ongekho kusimo noma ungakwazi ukuthi ungawuchaza.
Yebo.
Yes.
Then I'm saying to you, you cannot describe, cannot give the description of the knife the alleged second intruder possessed because there was no second intruder who entered the house.
Mina ngithi kuwena ke isizathu noma imbangela ukuthi ke lewo mmese lowo ke ungawukwazi ke ukuthi uchaze yingoba kwakungekho msolwa ke noma umuntu wesibili lapho futhi wayephethe ummese.
Engingakusho-ke mina ukuthi wayekhona umuntu wesibili wayephethe ummese lapha. Ngingavele ngithi wayengekho nje umuntu ngobani. Wayekhona umuntu wesibili wayephethe ummese and uyena lo waphuma nami wangijaha.
What I can say then is that there was a second person there who was carrying a knife. Why would I then say there was no person? There was a second person, and that person went out with me and chased me.
Yeah, but you further cannot describe him, that person.
Kodwa-ke umuntu ongakwazi ukuthi ungamchaza
The second intruder, my lord.
lo wesibili.
Manje ukuthi angikwazi ukumchaza umuntu kusho ukuthi wayengekho yini.
Does it then mean that there was no person if I'm unable to describe him?
Yes.
Ngibe ngikushilo ukuthi angimbonanga kahle.
When I have said that I didn't see him properly,
Shuthi wena ufuna ngichaza amanga ke manje.
then you want me to tell lies now.
Let's move on to the next line. After I've jumped, please jump that line. You see that paragraph?
Yes.
After I've jumped, jump that one, go with me to the next line, which starts with say, I saw the second suspect walking in the street and I even pointed him out to the neighbors. I couldn't observe his attire while walking in the street as it was dark.
Ngambona-ke umsolo, sorry. Ngambona-ke umsolo wesibili uma nkathi ehamba-ke estradeni, ngase ngimkhomba-ke kubona omakhelwane. Angizange-ke ngibukeke noma ngibhekeke lokho awayegqokile nkathi ehamba estradeni ngoba kwakumnyama.
Is that statement correct?
Yebo, it's correct.
Yes, it is correct.
And it is correct that it was dark in the street.
Nokuthi kwakumnyama estradeni.
Akusekumnyama phela kusebusuku.
It was already dark, it was at night.
And you couldn't see what he was wearing.
Nokuthi wayegqokeni awuzange ukubone.
Attire, uthi attire ususho the whole attire. Attire usho njalo.
When
If
you
you
refer to
understand
attire,
attire, attire
it
usho
means
the
the whole.
whole.
Yeah,
Mina
well-
ngithe a hoodie, wayegqoka ihoodie. Muthi uthi attire ubala nebhuluku icathula uthi wayegqoka obhaqa amateki, attire yonke ke le.
Yeah.
I was specifically referring to the hoodie, but once it says attire, it refers to everything that he was wearing.
But firstly, I asked if this statement is correct. You remember? I read it to you. I asked if it's correct. You said it's correct.
Ngisifundile ngase ngikubuza ukuthi ngempela
It says, I couldn't observe his attire while walking in the street as it was dark. Is that correct? Is that what you said in your statement?
Yes, that is what I said.
yebo kuyikona-ke engakusho ukuthi angizange ngibone-ke awayegqokile.
What did you mean when you were referring to the attire?
As I've said, u-attire mina ngokufunda kwami u-attire it's ubona yonke into umuntu ayigqokile, that's an attire yokugqoka yonke into. Mina I refer to i-hood ukuthi ngambone egqoka i-hood ngoba sasasendlini. So the whole attire is completely another different perspective lapho.
Okay.
When I specifically
on the same page here ngalokho.
I specifically mentioned the hoodie. When once now the reference is made to the attire, it then refers to everything that he was wearing, and that is now something totally different. I don't know whether we're on the same page.
Okay, so what did you mean when you said this?
Awushukuthini-ke uma
Were you
ukhuluma
referring to the hood or were you referring to the rest of the clothing of that person? So that I get it from you.
ukuze ngikuthole kuwena-ke wakhuluma wena-ke ngehoodie noma wakhuluma ngakho konke awayegqokile.
I think enye into efanele si-understand ukuthi umuntu osuke kubhalisa istatement usuke kubuza yena. So umuntu uma ngibuza ngegama elithi attire, mina ngizomphendula ngo-attire lo awushoyo. Lo bhalwe la, mina ngikaze ngimention u-attire. Umuntu obengibuza la umention u-attire. So that's why ngisho ukuthi u-attire angikwazi wonke u-attire bakhe. Ngoba ekugcineni ngizobe sengichaza amateki ukuthi ngibuza ukuthi amateki kanjani, ayimhlophe noma ayiblue noma ayenjani. So into engeke ngikwazi ukuyisho le angithi, but engikukhumbula i-hood. So iyona into engishilo. So attire is completely something different.
We would first then have to understand with regards to the person that then took down the statement from me. The person is the one who made mention of the word attire, and in my response I then responded according to how I was asked. And because now if I stick to the word attire, you're going to ask me about the sneakers or the techies, what the color it was, the pants, and just everything. I specifically made mention of the hoodie.
So it means here you were referring to the hoodie only, not the rest of the clothing of the second intruder.
Okusho ukuthi la wena nje ngokwakho wakhuluma kuphela wena ngehoodie ungakhulumi konke awayegqokile.
Yet again, uthi attire. I mean, I'm referring to his attire. Njoba ngishilo uthi I couldn't observe his attire while walking in the street as it was dark. Attire.
Yeah.
That's attire yini? everything that your person is suwe wearing. Mina manje bungwasuthi in attire yami uzosho ukuthi nayi attire kugqoka ujinsi ujino blue.
Okay, so what is it that you couldn't observe?
The attire.
I-attire lokho abayigqokile.
Including the hoodie.
The attire.
Yeah? What's attire meaning what?
Attire meaning everything that is wearing.
Including the
Konke
hoodie.
awayegqokile.
Attire.
You did not see because it was dark.
Awabona-ke ngokuthi kwakumnyama.
Yes, I did not see his attire because it was dark.
Yebo-ke lokho ayegqokile angizange ngikubone ngoba kwakumnyama.
There is witness who testified before this court by the name of Nthabiseng Mokete, who said he was inside the car on the same street, sitting inside. Did you see any car when you were going to Ngashe's homestead?
Kunofakazi-ke obekhona la enkantolo Nthabiseng igama lakhe othi wayehlezi emotweni-ke imoto yayisestradeni ngaba ngenkathi uya kwaNqashi noma ujombela kwaNqashi khona imoto owayibona eyayimi estradeni uthi uNthabiseng wayehlezi kuleyo moto yena.
Angeke ngize ngikhombe ngoba ngiyazi nemoto ukuthi yayime kuphi. Mina ukuphuma kwami ngingena ka next door so imoto ngiyazi ukuthi yayime kuphi but
I want to
ngibona
recall
mina lapho.
because I don't know where specifically the car was parked. I just went out and jumped into the neighbors.
So ekubalekweni kami la ngibaleke khona ayikho imoto lapho.
So you did not see?
La ngibaleke khona mina ayikho imoto engayibona. Angazi ke ngithi imoto yakho Nthabiseng ngiyayifake kuphi.
Where I ran, there was no car, or I saw no car there. So I don't know where Nthabiseng's car was parked.
Okay, thank you. There was no car there. And further to that, Nthabiseng said it was not dark. It was not that dark. It was lit because there were some other, there were electricity around the houses there.
Okunye okukhulunywa uNthabiseng-ke ukuthi kwangekho mnyama ngoba-ke kwakukhona-ke amalambu-ke ayekhanyisa-ke kwizindlu.
So in other words, there was some light.
And
she could see people running.
Yes, it could be very ukuthi nje mina ngithi dark ngirefera ku dark ukuthi kwakuyisebusuku but at the same time futhi nabe kuthiwa kunama lights kuyaba dark futhi nabe kuthiwa ekhona ama lights but kuyaba dark endaweni emalokishini.
It could be that as I'm saying it was dark because I'm referring to the fact that it was during the night or it was at night. But even if yes, there are lights in the township, but even there are lights, but it gets dark.
Okay, Mthogo, you're confusing me now. Was it dark or not dark?
To me, it was dark.
To me, it was dark.
Thank you very much, Mthogo. Let's move on. And whilst I'm on referring you to the witness, thank you, my lord. I'm done with the two exhibits, U1 and U2. Whilst I'm still referring to the evidence of Nthabiseng Mokete, Nthabiseng, she further testified that she went to the hospital. Did you see her in the hospital?
Ngisakhuluma ngaye-ke uNthabiseng ushilo-ke kubufakazi bakhe ukuthi naye-ke waya esibhedlela. Ngabe wambona yini uNthabiseng esibhedlela?
Engakusho-ke ngalapho ukuthi kwayimanje uNthabiseng angimazi mina. Akazi ukuthi uba uNthabiseng angimazi nje uNthabiseng mina.
What I can say with regards to that, I don't know who Nthabiseng is. Even as I'm speaking, I just don't know who Nthabiseng is.
Ngimkhombe ngisho umkhombe uNthabiseng.
I wouldn't even be in a position to point her out.
So ngake ngize ngimbone ke esibhedlela umuntu engamazi.
So I wouldn't see someone in hospital that I don't know.
And then Nthabiseng further testified that she heard Zandi Khumalo's voice screaming, saying that Nthabiseng, please call ambulance, and said at that time he was standing inside Khumalo's premises next to the substation.
Nthabiseng was standing inside?
No, Zandi. Nthabiseng heard Zandi screaming and shouting whilst Zandi was inside Khumalo's homestead, saying
uma saqhubeka-ke kubufakazi bakho uNthabiseng uthi wamuzwa-ke uZandi-ke noma ezwa-ke iphimbo kaZandi-ke ememeza futhi-ke ngaleso sikhathi leso uZandi wayemi phakathi egcekeni lakubo.
And Nthabiseng said this happened after the last gunshot was fired, and then after that he immediately saw the first person he saw, it was Zandi who came out screaming. You understand?
Akushoyo ke Nthabiseng ukuthi lokho kwenzeka ke emuva kokuthi ezwe isibhamu sesiqhuma ke okugcina ke nokuthi umuntu oqala ke abambona ke emuva kwalokho kwaba uZandi.
As you were outside, I'm taking that you were outside at that time when the last shot was fired. You were outside by Ngashe's premises. Did you see Zandi screaming? Did you hear Zandi screaming to Nthabiseng?
Ngithatha ukuthi ke nkathi ke isibhamu sesiqhuma ke siqhuma kokugcina ke ukuthi wawungaphandle ke wena ukwanqatshe kodwa ungaphandle ingabe wamuzwa yini uZandi ememeza noma ebiza kena ke Nthabiseng kodwa ememeza?
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngike ngasho ukuthi ngezwe amazwi abantu ababekumemeza bekhala kwase kuphuma uMakakheli. That's when ngaphuma ngajumpa ngabuza uMakakheli mina ukuthi ulo muntu odubulisa khona ngaphakathi. So ukuthi uZandi wayescream noma kakubani angisikhumbulike lokho ngeke ngize ngikwazi ukukhomenta kakhulu ngakho. Shuthi Nthabiseng yena kuzosho into ayishoyo yena.
I think I did make mention of the fact that I heard people's voices or people screaming and shouting, and I then came out and I then saw Zandi's mother. I then inquired from her whether the person was still there. She told me that the person was no longer there. As to whether that was Zandi or who, that I wouldn't know. Nthabiseng said so.
Okay, from where did you hear those people screaming? From where?
Labantu wabezwa ke bememeza, wabezwa bemeza kuphi?
From the streets, from
Kelly
the
house.
Where?
From Kelly Khumalo's
house.
Bememezela ke kubona kubo kulokheli.
Inside the house.
Yeah, I think it was inside coming out.
Ngicabanga ukuthi kwakungaphakathi ke phumela ngaphandle.
Okay. If it was inside coming out, did you see who came out screaming? Whether it was Zandi or Makhumalo?
Ngabe wabona yini ukuthi ubani ke owaphuma ke memeza noma kwakuZandi noma uMakhumalo?
Njengoba ngisho ukuthi ngimkhumbulayo kakuMakakheli yena umuntu engikhumbulayo ngiyabona.
As I've already said that the person that I recall seeing was Kelly's mother.
Thank you. Miss Nthabiseng Muketa further testified that she was the first person to be called in hospital into the room where the deceased was lying, and she was the first person to be told about the death of the deceased.
Uqhubekile kuNthabiseng ngobufakazi bakhe wathi esibhedlela uyena umuntu oqala wabizwa ke ukuthi aye kuleya gumbi awayekulona umufi, uyena umuntu oqala owatshelwa ngokushona kukamufi.
But you testified, correct me if I'm wrong, and you said Zandi and Kelly, they were called, you also then followed them into the room. And then you were told
Kelly's mom.
Kelly's mom.
Yes.
Yes. Then you were called into the room. You were also told about the death of the deceased. Am I correct there?
Uzongilungisa ke uma ukuthi ngenza iphutha ke ukuthi kwabizwa ke njengoba ulungisile wena ke kwabizwa ke uMakakheli he was also called.
No, you just followed, not that you were called. You followed, you decided to follow them.
Walandela nawe ke.
Yes.
Wasulandela. Uma kwabiza umuntu bona bafuna nje umuntu omdala wase wena yalandela ke.
Understand futhi angikhomente kakhulu ngento esho Nthabiseng angimazi ukuthi ngempela ngabe unumber bakusense lapha bafuna unumber bafuna umuntu omdala for which kwaya uMakakheli from uMakakheli mina ngalandela ngangena ngafica uSenzo bemboza ngamvula mina personally so kusho Nthabiseng angenize ngicomment kakhulu ngakho mina ngisho okwenzeka ukuthi babiza uMakazandi.
I'm not going to say much on what was said by Nthabiseng. I don't even know how she is to Senzo, or related she is to Senzo. I said that they were looking for an elderly person. Zandi's mother then went. I followed. When I got into that room, they were covering Senzo, and then I opened him.
But can you recall if Nthabiseng was present when the doctor conveyed the message to you in Makhumalo about the death of the deceased?
Ingabe usakhumbula yini ukuthi wayekhona Nthabiseng ngenkathi udokotela esetshela ke uMakhumalo ukuthi uSenzo akasekho?
Njengoba ngishilo ukuthi Nthabiseng angimkhumbuli ave ukukhulu ukukhumbula umuntu ongamazi angimkhumbuli.
As I've already said that I can't remember Nthabiseng. It is so difficult, so hard to remember someone you don't know.
Okay, it's fine. If you can't remember her in hospital, it's fine. Let's move on further. can remember, at what stage did Makhumalo arrive in hospital?
Uma kuwukuthi usakhumbula ke uma Khumalo uzofika ngasiphi isikhathi noma ninike esibhedlela.
It wasn't kakho kude after thina sifikile.
It was not long after we had arrived.
With whom did she arrive in hospital? If you can remember?
No, wafika ehamba nobani?
Angisakhumbula ukuthi wafika nohamba nobani ngoba vele thina sasesingaphakathi angithi ngoba sasiphuthumise uSenzo.
I can't remember in whose company she was because we were already inside rushing Senzo.
Okay. Let's go back a little bit to the evidence of Zandi Khumalo. Inside the house now, we're going back from the hospital. Or maybe, sorry, my lord, let me just cover at the hospital, the questions at the hospital. When you were inside the room with Makhumalo, when you were told about the death of the deceased, where was Kelly Khumalo?
Ngale nkathi ke uphakathi ulandele uMakhumalo ke nitshela ukuthi uSenzo kase uKelly wayekuphi ngaleso sikhathi?
I think uKelly wayese reception area because ngiyakhumbula babehleli phansi nje mbamba phansi babekhalela lapho phansi, so I think lapha ngase reception area.
I think she was at the reception area because they were seated flat. They were sat flat there at the reception. That's why they were crying.
Do you know what happened to the deceased phone from the robbery incident up to the time when you moved into the hospital?
Ngabuyazi ukuthi kwenzekani ngefoni yakhe umufi ngaso sonke leso sikhathi leso sukela ngesikhathi ke sokubanja inkunzi baze kwayisikhathi la niyakhona ke esibhedlela uyazi ukuthi ifoni yakhe.
Do you know if it was robbed?
Ukuthi yathathwa yini?
I can't ayithathwa ngefoni yakhe.
No, I think it wasn't taken.
Ngoba ngiyakhumbula ukuthi ngathi ifoni yani kuMakasenzo. Ngathi ngiyakhumbula kuMakasenzo at some point emva kwesikhathi nje. So angiboni ukuthi iyarobha.
I think I do recall that.
I stand corrected. But ngiyakhumbula ngathi yaphathwa yani kuMakasenzo.
That it was handed over to Makasenzo.
Yes.
Okay, that it was handed over to Senzo's mother. I stand to be corrected, but I don't know exactly when.
Okay, but that would have happened at a later stage. I'm just asking about the date of the incident.
Buza ngalela langa ukuthi yathathwa yini uma bayithatha yini laba bangena noma yarojwa yini.
Who was in possession of the deceased cell phone from the place of the shooting incident up to the hospital, if you know?
Uma kuwukuthi uyazi ukusuka lapha endlini ukuhamba kuye esibhedlela ubani owayeyiphethe ifoni kamufi?
I
don't know.
You don't remember?
I really don't know.
Okay. And you testified that Kelly Khumalo refused with the ID for the deceased.
Ushilo nokuthi ke wanqaba uKelly nge-ID kamufi.
Yebo wanqaba kumina.
Yes, she refused to me.
Did he tell you the reason why?
Ngaba wasisho isizathu.
Ngathi ngoba ngisho ukuthi ngaya eMalbathi ngiyofuna iID, wangitshela wathi iID ngekaze anginike. Uzoyigcina kuyena uzolinda ubhuti kaSenzo nobaba kaSenzo kube yibona abazoyi landa iID kubona, for which ngathi mangifika ngakustan mayifika ngakusasa stand afika ngolesibili after siyomove uSenzo eJamestown elo same identify isibustum sakhe ngamsusa khona ngamusa kuKelly eyofuna iID.
The reason she gave me was that she was going to wait for Senzo's father and brother and to come to her and ask for the ID. Indeed, Stan arrived on the Tuesday. So when we were coming back from Jamestown, I then took Stan to Malbatin.
Nakhona futhi waqale wanqaba nezinto zaSenzo ne-ID including ID, but ekugcineni kuba sekukhona namaphoyisa nabanye ngeke ngibasho ukuthi bawobani ke ababe wethu Senzo lento ayibhola idlala wagcina sekhiphile iID.
At first she refused, but then there were police and other people that I'm not going to mention in the circle of football, but then she only took out or gave them the ID.
Okay, that was the Tuesday after the Sunday of the incident?
Yes.
Okay. There is evidence that a swim swap was done on the deceased cell phone. Do you know any anything about that?
Kunobufakazi obuthi kwenziwa isim swap kuyena ke makhalekhukhwini wakhe umufi ngabe kukhona yini okwaziyo ngalokho.
And Colonel Stein further testified that a person who could have been able to do the SIM swap on the deceased cell phone is the person who was in possession of the deceased ID. But as a friend, I'm just asking if you have any knowledge about that.
Kodwa ke uma efakaza uKolonel Stein okuyena ke befakaza ke ngobufakazi ophathelene nama cell phones uthe umuntu owayengakwazi ukuthi akwenze lokho kwakuwumuntu ke owayephethe noma owayene ID yakhe umufi. Ngiyakubuza nje wena ke nanjengomngane mayela nje nalokho ukuthi khona yini okwaziyo ngalokho.
Ngiyaqala ukuzwa lokho.
I'm hearing it for the first time.
And kuyangithusa ke futhi ke ukuthi kwenzeka lento eyenzakalile ngasekho.
And it is shocking to me that that happened in his absence or when he was no more.
But it is your evidence that the ID for the deceased was Ms. Kelly Khumalo until the Tuesday, from the day.
Sorry.
Until Tuesday after the incident.
Kodwa ke kubufakazi bakho ukuthi iID yakhe umufi yayikukheli kwaze kwashaya ulwesibili emuva kwesigameko kwesigameko.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho ngoba ngayibona kumsomluko.
Yes, it is true.
Lesibili bemnika ngangikhona futhi.
Yes, it is true because I saw the ID on the Monday as well as on the Tuesday when she handed it over.
Okay. Can you let's just quickly finalize this. As a close friend of the deceased, can you describe, do you know what was the nature of the relationship between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and the deceased?
Nanjengomuntu ke obe umngane wakhe ke umufi ungachaza irelationship ukuthi yayi kanjani ke irelationship phakathi kwakho umufi kanye naye uKelly.
At that time of the incident around October, what was happening between Kelly and the deceased?
Ngaleso sikhathi leso sango-October kwakwenzekani phakathi kwabo babili?
Kumina kuzoba nzimana ukuthi ngichaze lokho ngoba manje ngizoyibuka ngelinye ihlo mina olaziyo ngicabanga nawe.
To me it's going to be difficult to explain that because I'm going to say it now in a different light which you also know.
Ngingakusho nje ukuthi ke bona vele babethandana babe kwi relationship and angiyibambe kanjalo nje ngoba manje mengathiwa ngiyakhuluma kuzoba ngathi mhlawumbe yebo.
Let me just say that the two of them, they were in a relationship, they loved each other, so let me just hold it there because it's gonna seem as if now.
Yeah, no one will take you the other way around, but yeah, I'm going to ask this honorable court that we take a short adjournment and then we'll proceed after a short adjournment on that relationship.
All right, no problem.
Thank you, Maria.
Okay. 15 minutes break.
Okay. Usengaphansi kwesifungo Mr. Thwala.
Okay.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mthokozisi Thwala, we adjourned when we were still describing the nature of the relationship between Senzo, Ms. Kelly Khumalo and the deceased.
Busaqhaza-ke noma besakhuluma-ke nge-relationship phakathi kwakhe-ke umufi kanye naye-ke uKelly.
Yebo.
Yes.
I would ask you to tell us, please, what was the nature, the status of the relationship between the two?
Ngizoqala ukuthi usitsheleke ukuthi-ke i-relationship yabo-ke bobabili yayikanjani.
Uzoba nzima kumina lo mbuzo ukuthi nguphendule
But
because
try, I know,
Yeah,
but try.
uzoba nzima nje
Try what you
kakhulu.
can.
It's going to be very difficult for me to answer that question. It's going to be very difficult.
mangithi ngicela ungawuphendule.
If I say I'm making a request not to answer it,
Simply because yebo uSenzo wayethandana noKelly but ngangabi khona esikhathini esiningi between yena noKelly.
because indeed Senzo was in a relationship with Kelly, but most of the time I wouldn't be there between the two of them or when the two of them are together.
Simply because of the fact that I've never hidden the fact that Mandisa is my closest friend.
Because I have never made the secret of hidden it that Mandisa is my best friend.
So with that naye uSenzo I think why no avoid kakhulu if ezoba noKelly.
With that, Senzo then used to avoid me a lot when he was going to be in Kelly's company.
Because naye uKelly wayas friendship yami no Mandisa.
Because Kelly was aware of my friendship with Mandisa.
Ngoba sake saba no bhekana ngayo.
Because we had a confrontation about it.
Okay. Ms. Zandi Khumalo testified that Tumelo Madlala, one of the reasons why he came to visit Senzo is because they were going to do the Lobola negotiations. Do you know anything about that?
Ubufakazi bakhe uZandile Khumalo ushilo ukuthi enye yezizathu noma injongo yokuthi uTumelo abe khona la eGoli kwakuwukuthi ke wayezoba umkhongi wayezoqoqela ke amalobola.
Ayikho lonto.
There is no such.
There is no such.
There is no such.
Thank you. So in one word, if you will describe the relationship between Ms. Kelly Khumalo and Senzo, you'll say it was good.
When you nje about the relationship phakathi kwabo babili uSenzo noKelly ukuthi yayinhle.
At the time, around the time of the deceased incident.
Ngalesi sikhathi ke sokushona kwakhe uSenzo yayinhle i-relationship phakathi kwabo babili.
Engakusho ukuthi babethandana in reference to leyo malobola angiboni ukuthi into ekhona leyo ngoba uSenzo wayengekazi alobole engagcilile kuMandisa ukuthi ufuna uthatha umfazi wesibili lokho ke ngangizokwazi so leyo malobolo nje ayikho lonto.
What I can say is that they loved each other, but what I'm not gonna agree with is the issue of the Lobola negotiations. That there is no such. There is no way that Senzo would have gone on to negotiate Lobola without having asked Mandisa for consent to take a second wife, and I would have known about it. So there is no such.
Okay. Let's move on. As a friend, closest person to the deceased, do you know what was the kind of the relationship, if there was any, between the deceased and Mr. Thwala?
Uma kuwukuthi yayikhona babukhona ubudlelwano babukhona phakathi kwakhe umufi kanye naye Thwala, ngabe uyabazi yini ukuthi kwakuwubudlelwano obunjani?
If you know of any,
Uma kuwukuthi uyazi
as a friend of the deceased.
nanjengomngani wakhe umufi.
Engingakusho lapho ukuthi kuzoba nzima ukuthi ngazi ngoba uLonge ngangamazi mina ngimazi ngoba nakho sekushona uSenzo or sekunelanga lokushona kaSenzo uthandana noZandi so i friendship between uSenzo noLonge angiyazi engikwaziyo nje ukuthi babejole endlini eyodwa.
There it would be difficult because I don't know Longwe, or I didn't know Longwe. I only got to know Longwe on the day of Senzo's demise, and the only thing that I know is that they were dating in the same house.
Okay. Inside the house when Mr. Longwe Thwala arrived, did you see what was the reaction of the deceased when he saw Mr. Longwe Thwala entering the house?
Ngabelela ngake uma kungena uLongwe ngaba wayibona yini i-reaction yakhe umufi uma noma ngenkathi abona uLongwe.
Babingelelana, uLongwe wangena usenze ngaphandle, if ngikhumbula kahle. So wathi mayengena uLongwe wena isehleli ngaphakathi, uSenzo wangena ebuya noKelly from ngaphandle. Babingelelana njengoba ngisho babingelela baqhawulana futhi, if I'm not mistaken. Wahlala phansi, so nganganakile kakhulu i-reaction yakhe. Ngikhumbula nje ngimbuza ukuthi kimanga buthi
They greeted each other, and when Senzo came in, or when Longwe came in, Senzo was outside. Then Senzo came in together with Kelly. They greeted each other, and if I'm not mistaken, they shook hands. So I didn't take note of the reaction. I then asked him, witness mentioned it in Sesotho, I then asked, who is the gentleman?
Okay, when the struggle took place inside the house, did you see the actions of Longwe if he was protecting the deceased?
When
the scuffle,
Okay.
sorry madam, when the scuffle took place, especially when the intruder entered inside the house, did you see if Mr. Longwe Thwala tried to protect the deceased, or how was Mr. Thwala's movement inside the house towards the deceased? Protection?
Ngaphakathi ke endlini ingabe ungathi uLongwe kwakuumuntu owayemvikela noma ezama ukuvikela umufi ngalenkathi ke lesikafu lesisenzeka phakathi endlini?
hayi cha, uLongwe yona oqala wasuka waphuma wabaleka.
Longwe was the first.
Avikele umuntu.
Longwe was the first one to stand up and to run out, so he never defended or protected anyone.
Okay, so he didn't take care of anyone who was inside the house. He just ran out and left all of you.
Wanishiya nonke ngaphakathi, akazange anake noyedwa ongaphakathi, wanishiya nonke.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lo.
Yes, that's true.
In hospital, you testified that there was a fight from Mandisa's friends with Miss Kelly Khumalo. You remember that?
Ushilo ke nokuthi esibhedlela kwakune fight yayikhona ke phakathi kwabangani bakaMandisa kanye naye uKelly.
Yebo.
Yes.
Do you know what was the fight about?
Uyazi ukuthi ifight lena yayingani?
I think waphela kwabangani baMandisa, knowing ukuthi ngoba sekwenzeke lento eyenzekile kuSenzo, mhlawumbe labo kwaba ukuhluthwa kwenhliziyo ngoba vele ngiyacabanga ukuthi babengamthandi uKelly.
Maybe because it is Mandisa's friends and this had happened to Senzo, maybe it's just that it was that emotions ran high and they didn't like Kelly.
And mhlawumbe abanye bekuvuka amanye ama-minutes because mawukhumbula kahle ukuthi noKelly noZandi bake bamhlasela uMandisa.
Okay, maybe there were some other agendas that then came to the fore, because if you remember well, Kelly and Zandile once attacked Mandisa.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mthokozisi. Let's go back now into the house. Okay. It is your evidence that Mr. Longwe Thwala. Okay, before I go there, my lord, I'm sorry. Can I just rephrase? When the first intruder came in, did he point you with the firearm, or did he just demand the cell phone? What was the action movement of the intruder?
Uma ngabe lo woqala ke kulabo ababili abangena endlini esengena ke endlini ngaba wanikhomba yini ngesibhamu noma wafuna nje kuphela ama cell phone nemali?
Hayi, wafuna ama cell phone nemali kodwa isibhamu sasibona kodwa ke ekhaya isikhombe kuyena.
He just demanded cell phones and money, but he didn't point the firearm at anyone, but we saw the firearm, but it wasn't pointed at anyone.
And there is no cell phone that was robbed or taken at that time when he demanded money and cell phone.
Ngaleso sikhathi leso ke afuna ama cell phones kanye nemali, ayikho cell phone eyathathwa ngaleso sikhathi leso.
At that point.
Yes.
No.
Okay. At any stage, did you see any cell phone? If there is any cell phone that was taken in your presence, robbed in your presence?
Ikhona ya cellphone ke uma sekuqhubekeka ke sekuhamba isikhathi. Ikhona i-cellphone eyathathwa noma wayibona wena ithathwa.
Mina ngisakhona endlini cha yikho.
No, when I was still in the house, no, there isn't any.
Okay. And when you were inside in the house when the first shot was fired, and when the second shot was fired, you were not there?
Ubungaphakathi endlini uma sikhuma kokuqala isibhamu. Uma sesikhuma kokwesibili ubungasekho ngaphakathi endlini.
Yebo kuyiqiniso la.
Yes, that's true.
And you cannot be able to tell this court who fired the shot that killed the deceased.
Futhi awungeke ke ukwazike noma kubekusona ke isimo sokuthi ichazeleke lenkantolo ukuthi ubani owaqhumisa isibhamu leso ke esashaya ke noma sabulala umufi.
Yeah, ngiyakuzwa uthini. Yeah.
Yes, I hear what you say.
No, just answer the question. You cannot. You did not see.
Yeah.
You were outside.
Yes, that's true.
Yes, sokuqala saqhuma ngisendlini. So naso sokuqala ngazi noma isona yini, but angazi lakho nami angenze ngisho ukuthi lesokuqala lesiphi. Yes.
The first shot went off, I was in the house, but yes, I cannot say whether that was the shot or which one. So yes, I don't know.
And specifically with the second one, when you were outside, you did not see who fired shot, whether it was Kelly Kumalo who fired shot. You did not see that.
Ikakhulukazi ke lesi esesibili ukhuluma ngasesibili ukuthi ubani owadubula noma ukuthi uKelly owadubula awukwazi lokho ngaphandle endlini.
Ngingasho ukuthi nabe kuthiwa ubani owayesendlini angibonanga, not specifically to Kelly. Kulaba ababesendlini.
I would say that whoever it was that was inside the house, not specifically Kelly, but from those that were in the house, I don't know, I didn't see.
Ngoba kusakhona umaka Kelly, khona uZandi, khona suspect number 1, ukhona noFemale.
Kelly's mother was there. Zandi was there. Kelly was there. Suspect number 1, Tumelo was also there.
But my question,
But the firearm, sorry?
Mr. Mthokozisi, let's learn to answer the question. I am asking. You did not see who fired the shot.
Awubonanga ubani owadubula.
Usubuza kahle ukuthi umention uKelly. So ube biased ngokumention uKelly.
Now you're asking so correctly because we're biased in specifically mentioning Kelly.
And leaving the others.
So the answer you did not see?
Yes.
But yes, I didn't. Yebo angibonanga.
Okay. You had said Mr. Longe Thwala had ran out of the house and you also followed him. Am I correct?
Shilo ukuthi uLongwe waphumela ngaphandle wasumlandela ke nawe.
So Longe Thwala is the first one who ran out of the house, okay?
Not that I followed him, but I ended up going out of the house.
Yes, that's why I asked the highest level of education, because I wanted to see the level of comprehension of this evidence. Longe Thwala ran out first, you eventually followed to run out of the house, is that correct?
uLongwe ke umuntu oqala owaphuma washe nawe uyalandela ke uyaphumela ngaphandle.
Yebo ngagcina ngiphumile nami.
Yes, I ended up going out.
When you ran out of the house, did you see Longe Thwala outside the house within the premises?
Sorry. Uma usubalekela ngaphandle ke egcekeni noma ngaphandle ke estradini wambona yini uLongwe Thwala?
Cha, ngibonanga.
No, I didn't see him.
Okay. And when you ran out, you said you ran out of Kumalo's premises into the street. Is that your evidence?
Waphuma ke uma usubaleka waphuma ke egcekeni la kaKhumalo wabalekela estradini.
Yebo.
Yes,
it's true.
That's true.
The witness, Ms. Nthabiseng Mukata, testified that he saw two people running on the streets.
Kobapheke ubufakazi uNthabiseng yena uthi ke wabona abantu ababili bebaleka estradini.
Was it possibly
Yes.
you and the second intruder?
Sorry.
Was it possibly you and the second intruder?
Engabe mhlambe kwakuwena kanye nalo wesibili. Sorry.
I think that question is with the greatest of respect, I think it might be misleading because she testified that the persons ran in the direction of the park, and that's not what this witness did.
Yes, ma'am.
I'm sorry, my lord. The evidence of Ms. Nthabiseng, my lord, is that the two people ran towards the left-hand side of Ngash's homestead.
It's actually three.
Sorry, my lord?
It's actually three.
Yes,
I was
yes.
following the evidence.
Yes, my lord, but right now I was referring the witness to the two. Yes. According to my understanding of Ms. Nthabiseng's evidence, my lord, is that they ran towards the left-hand side when they moved out of Mr. Khumalo's homestead,
Yes.
which is the direction that was testified by Ms. Nthabiseng, my lord.
Towards the park.
Towards the park, yes. But for the witness, it was to the left-hand side,
Fine.
outside of Khumalo's homestead, because he won't know whether he was proceeding to the park or
Okay,
what.
fine. You can
Yes.
pose that question.
Thank you, my lord.
That's the question.
The witness, Ms. Nthabiseng, testified that he saw two people running towards the left-hand side on the street in the vicinity where she was sitting in the car opposite Ngashe's homestead. She saw two people running down the street.
Ngoba ke ufakazi Nthabiseng wabona ke abantu ababili bebaleka ke emgaqweni la awe hlezi khona ke phakathi emotweni futhi bebalekela ke ngakuhlangothi la ngaku left.
Do you understand?
I understand. I know I'm not supposed to ask questions. Uthe uNthabiseng uhlala opposite nakanqashi. Is that what you're saying?
Did you say that he stays opposite the Ngatches? I just want to.
The evidence of Ms. Nthabiseng is that she was at the car
Yes.
standing in the vicinity of Khumalo's neighbor, precisely opposite Ngashe's homestead.
La eyayimi khona ke le moto le athi wayehlezi kuyona uNthabiseng yayimi opposite kwaNgatshe. La kuhlala khona komakhumalo but imi opposite kwaNgatshe.
Ake ngazi ke noma ayibona mina ngangagijimi naye kanje angimshiya mina ngigijima ngedwa yena engilandela ngemuva futhi mina ngajomba la igate ngelincane ngaphandle makuthi imoto yayibheke angazi ukuthi imoto yayibheke ngakuphi. That's would be another question engawubuza ukuthi yayibheke ngakuphi imoto plus mina ngibaleka ngayo ngasepark ngaphuma la egatini ngangena egatini kuze igate lala kaNqashi.
I don't know whether she was seeing me, and the other thing is that I was not running with the person. I was ahead and the person was following me, and I did not run towards the park. I ran and I jumped the small gate at the Ngatches. The other thing or the other question that one needs to ask is to whether which direction was the car facing.
And also, Mr. Mthokozisi, Mr. Thwala, who ran out of the house first, you don't know whether he ran out to the street or what happened to him.
Futhi ke ngathi ephuma ke endlini esebaleka ke uLongwe awazi nokuthi wabaleka wangena estartini noma wabaleka waya kwenzekani ngayo.
Yebo umsile.
Yes, that's true.
But according to your evidence, the three people who ran out of the house, it was Mr. Thwala, yourself, and the so-called second intruder.
Kodwa ke ngobufakazi nje bakho kuphela ke abantu abawu3 abaphuma ke begijima ke noma bebaleka endlini kwakuLongwe Thwala, kwakuwena nalo othi owesibili.
Yebo.
Yes, true.
Okay. When you ran out now out of Khumalo's homestead, did you see if Thwala was there on the road?
Ngathi usuphuma ke manje la kwaKhumalo ke ubaleka ke ngabe wabona yini ukuthi uLongwe wayikhona lapha emgaqweni?
Hayi angimbonanga.
No, I didn't see him.
Let's go to his statement that he made. A7. Can I ask that I be assisted, my lord, with the statement of the witness A57? I just want to refer this witness to one paragraph in that statement A57. I've numbered the statement A57. Oh, okay. Yes, my lord, I have numbered mine, but that one is not numbered. You will skip. Yes. To paragraph 8, which reads as follows, my lord. I ran out of the gate, turned left, looking for the boys. Can you see that one?
It's not. Go up. It's not here. Oh, sorry.
8. Do you see that paragraph? Maybe it's not numbered, but it starts with the word I ran out. Okay. Can I just read the whole paragraph into the record? Then I will ask you a question regarding the content of that paragraph. My lord, it's paragraph 8. I read, my lord, into the record, open quote. I ran out of the gate, turned left, looking for the boys that used to hang up at the corner. And it is your evidence that you did not see Mr. Thwala inside Khumalo's premises and outside the gate.
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi awuzange umbone ngaphakathi egcekeni nangaphandle kumphuma ngithi uLongwe. Yebo. Yes.
Okay. But there was nobody. I then heard a gunshot, 2 loud ones. The third one was not loud. I cannot say it was a gunshot or not. I had my phone with me, but battery was low. After gunshot, I decided to run back to the house. I didn't get back to the house immediately. I was standing on the street for plus or minus 30 seconds. I was confused, not sure whether I must go back or not. I must run. Thereafter, I decided to go back to the house.
Ngabaleka ke ngaphuma ke gate ngathena ku left ngibheka ke abafana ababejwayele noma bevamise ukuthi bahlale ke lapho ekhoneni kodwa kwakungenamuntu ngase ngizwa ke uqhuma kwesibhamu amahlandla amabili elesithathu ke ihlandla lalengazange lisho ke bange umsindo ke angeke ngisho ke noma kwaku yisibhamu noma cha ngangine phone yami mina kodwa ke ibattery yayo yayi low emuva ke ukuthi isibhamu saqhuma ngathatha isinqumo ke sokuthi ngibalekeke ngibuyele endlini angizange ngibuyele ngaleso sikhathi noma ngaleso sikhathi ngema ke ama seconds awu30 ngangididekile ngingazi ke noma ngenaso isiqiniseko sokuthi ngibuyele noma ngibaleke emuva kwalokho ngathatha isinqumo ke sokuthi ngibuyele endlini.
Close quote, my lord. Did you understand what I've read to you?
Yeah, boss. Yes.
Okay. Did you see him, Mr. Thwala, standing on the street?
Wambone Mr.
Njengoba sengishilo ukuthi ngikhumbula ngimbona.
As I've already said that I don't remember seeing him.
And Longwe says, I decided to go back to the house.
Yena ke la uthi wanquma ke ukuthi abuyele endlini.
It is your evidence that you can't recall if he came back or not.
Ubufakazi bakho ke ukuthi awukhumbuli ukuthi wabuyela noma cha.
Yebo, kuyibona bami.
That is my evidence.
Was Longwe present when you carried the deceased to the car?
Kanti seniqhubula ke umufi niyomfaka emotweni uLongwe wayekhona.
Hayi ngikhumbula isizwe Longwe thina siqhubula umuntu.
No, I don't remember Longwe assisting us in picking up the deceased.
Okay. Did you see Longwe says he drove with Makhumalo to the hospital?
uLongwe uthi ke wahamba noMakhumalo ukuya esibhedlela.
Did you see that?
Wakubona lokho?
Ake ngize ngikubone ngoba phela ngisengihambile mina.
I would not have seen it because I had already left.
Okay. Let's now move on to back into the house. After the first suspect, first intruder, okay, after long, when Thwala had ran out of the house, is there anyone who moved away from the lounge or from the area, whether it's a lounge or whether it's a passage, but where the incident was taking place? Is there any person who moved away from that area? Except Mr. Longwe Thwala.
Emuva kokuthi uLongwe sephumileke endlini ngabe ukhona yini kulabo abasala ke ngasemuva ke owasuka ke kuleyo ndawo leyo noma kuse lounge noma kuse passage kodwa owasuka khona lapho?
Mawuthi wasuka as in kulabantu ababesendlini?
Yes.
Referring to the people that were in the house?
Yes.
Umuntu engamkhumbula wayemile ukheli engamkhumbula ukuthi yena wabaleka ngiyacabanga ukuthi wabaleka wangena kulesicaba but kulabo ababese dining ngoba ukheli wayemile not far from the passage ukuthi nje just next to it uyena lapho umuntu engasi ukuthi owabaleka lapho but thina la ngaphakathi akekho wasuka.
The only person that I remember who was standing at the time was Kelly in the passage next to where the heater was, and she just moved and ran into the bedroom that was close there. But amongst us who were seated there, no one moved.
Okay, and that happened before the shot was fired?
Kwenzeka lokho ngaphambilini.
First shot was fired?
Ngaphambilini kokuthi isibhamu siqhuma kokuqala.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Kelly has ran away into the bedroom, whichever bedroom, and then all of you remained there.
Babaleka yena kwangena ekamereni nasala nina lapho.
Hayi sasala kwaba khona phela leso scuffle lesenzakalayo.
Yes, but
not
you
that we
remained.
remained. There was that scuffle that happened.
Sitting room, yeah.
It was in the sitting room, yes.
Up until the first gunshot was fired.
Kwaze kwayisikhathi lapho nasesiqhuma kokuqala khona isibhamu. No.
Yes.
Kwaba khona iscuffle esaya ekitchen. Isibhamu sokuqala saqhuma ekitchen.
Yes.
There was a scuffle that led to the kitchen.
I would say dining.
The
Yes.
first shot went off in the kitchen, not in the dining room.
You were all there,
Nani lapho nonke
except for Kelly,
ngaphandle
who had
koKelly
ran out into the bedroom.
owabalekela ekamereni.
Ngingasho ukuthi except for uLongwe.
I would say that except for
Because
Longwe.
uKelly was still in the house. Waphuma uvese kamereni noma ngasamkhumbuli yena kahle, but wayekhona naye lapho.
Because at some point Kelly came out of the bedroom. Although I can't remember specifically when exactly, but she was also there.
Umuntu
Okay,
owayengekho
let's correct the record now. Just tell the court what you saw. If you did not see, let us not speculate. You said Miss Kelly Khumalo ran into the bedroom, and the scuffle took place in the kitchen when Kelly was in the bedroom. Is that your evidence?
Ngifuna ke manje silungiseke irecord ngoba ke uKelly ke wabaleka kwangena ekamereni. Kwase kwenzeka ke iscuffle ke le scuffle senzeka khona lapha yana ke ekitchen akekho uKelly usekamereni.
ngakho ngisho ukuthi ngesikhathi iscuffle siqala uKelly wayesekitchen uKelly wayesekamereni kodwa siqhubeka nescuffle uKelly waphuma ekamereni kwena ngichazayo nje lokho.
What I'm explaining or what I'm saying is that when the scuffle started, Kelly was in the bedroom, but as the scuffle proceeded or went on, at some point Kelly came out of the bedroom.
Okay. When Kelly ran into the bedroom, did he run into the bedroom? Did he take her children with her when he ran into the bedroom?
Uma esebalekela khona ke ekamereni wayithatha ingane zakhe wabalekela nazo kulelo kamera lelo.
I don't think wayezokwazi ukuthatha ingane zakhe yokuqala eyodwa isekamereni ilele eyesibili yayila phambi kwethu umuntu mayengena ungena la eduze kwakhe so I don't think sasikhona isikhathi sokuthi agijima uthatha ingane yakhe ayisekamereni.
I don't think she would have been able to do that, or there would have been time for her to do that. The other child was in the bedroom sleeping, the other child was right here where this was happening.
So what's the answer? The answer is that she did not take her child and ran with her child into the bedroom. Am I correct?
So ke lilonke ke impendulo lapho ithi akazange abaleke nengane ekamereni.
Yebo.
Yes.
Okay. Can you proceed, Malo?
Yeah.
Oh, thank you. Now, the shot is being fired wherever you were in the house. After the shot was fired, is there anyone who ran out of the house after that? After the first shot was fired.
Emuva kokuthi ke sesiqhumileke isigwamo kokuqala ke ukhona yini ke owabaleka kwaphuma endlini emuva kokuthi sesiqhumile kokuqala?
Yebo khona.
Yes, there is.
Who?
Or there was. Ubani?
Imini.
It's me.
Okay. Is there anyone other than you who ran away from the place, the scene wherein, I think you said the scaffold was at the kitchen by that time, whether it was at the kitchen or at the passage, other than you, before leaving the room, did you see anyone running away from that spot?
So which one of the two spots? The kitchen or the passage?
It may be the kitchen, it may be the spot, according to his evidence. But when the shot was fired, other than the witness who ran out, did you see if there is anyone also who ran away of that spot?
Ngaphandle kwakho ke nanjengoba ushilo ukuthi wena ke waphuma ngaphandle kwakho kukhona omunye owambona nje esuka lapho kuleyo ndawo leyo enye lesi noma kwakuse kitchen noma kwakuse passage.
Angazi noma ngizothi running away noma following me kodwa number 2 lo muntu.
I don't know whether to say running away or following me, but it was number 2, the tall one.
Uyena kuwangilandela loyo waphuma engambone ephuma nami.
He followed me, he's the one that I saw going out with me.
But the rest, you left them inside the house. Is that your evidence?
Yeah, but that's true.
Yes, that's true.
Okay. And then Miss Zandi Khumalo, when he testified, my lord, we have a transcript, my lord. I'm not sure whether the court does have the copies.
No, you can
it's
read
fine.
from it.
I'll just read. Thank you, my lord. I'll just read. On the appearances for the 18th of July 2023, Ms. Khumalo testified, and on page 52, my lord, of the transcript, Ms. Khumalo, my lord, on line number 19, he testified and said, when I heard that hitting the floor, it so happened that Tumelo also had it, so that we had the same thing. I ran into the bathroom and he ran into the bedroom. Close quote, my lord.
Lana ke akufundayo ke iloko ubufakazi bakhe ke uzandi Khumalo bange 18 July ngobona ke lonyaka ku page 52 ku line 19 la athi khona ke wathi umekuzwa ke lokho kushaya phansi ke kwathi ke kanti noTumelo ukuzwile ukuthi bezwe into eyodwa noma bezwa into eyodwa wase yena ke izandile baleke ngene e-bathroom yena kuTumelo wabaleka ngena kwelinye ikamera.
Did you see them running into, specifically I'm referring to Miss Zandile Khumalo who had testified. Did you see her running into the bathroom?
Ngabe wambona yini uZandile balekele e-bathroom?
After the first shot was fired.
Emuva kokuthi saphuma ukuqala isibhamu.
Ngicanga ngizange ngize ngimbone mina ngabaleka ngaphuma so
I didn't see her because I also ran out.
angangakubona wangaphambi kwami emehlami.
I could only see that was in front of me, in front of my eyes.
And also, it is the evidence of Ms. Zandi Khumalo that 3 shots were fired inside the house. And you testified that only 2 that were fired. Which one is correct?
Ubufakazi bukazandile ke ukuthi yena ke wasizwa isibhamu qhuma kade amahlandla amathathu. Wena ke kuba kubufakazi uthi saqhuma kabili isibhamu yipi ke ekuyona.
Mina engakuzwe ngizwile lokho kuziwa uZandi naye kuziwa uZandi.
I heard what I heard. What was heard by Uzandi, that is what she heard.
Okay, I understand why you could hear differently and why you could observe differently. Let's go back to the time when you went to the tavern and bought alcohol. You remember that time? Before the incident? It is your evidence that after buying this alcohol, can I ask that the pictures for all the pictures of the alcohol be referred to this witness? I think it's 114 up to 121 or 120 if I'm not mistaken, Mr. Sibanda. Before this incident, you were enjoying yourself. eating and drinking alcohol,
Yes.
and also watching soccer, watching match on the television.
Yebo.
Yes.
And it is your evidence that you only consumed, you said 2.5 or 3? Just
2.5. Ungayi 3.
Not go to 3, 2.5.
I just want to show you all these pictures. The reason why I'm showing you these pictures, it's because this is the only evidence that was found by the police when they arrived at the scene.
Ngikhombisa lokhu ngoba uphela kobufakazi ke lo obatholwa amaphoyisa nkathi befika lapha kwindawo yesigameko.
Okay. You see?
Yes, ngiyabona.
Yes, I see.
You said you consumed what?
Hunter's Gold.
Hunter's Gold. Forgive me if maybe I don't see it there. Do you see it there?
Uyayibona wena lapha ya?
Ayikho.
It's not there.
Okay. And at the time when you left the house, you left all the cans that you had consumed inside the house. Is that correct?
Niphuma ke noma nihamba ke endlini. Onke amakani enaniphuza kona ke naniwashiye khona endlini.
Yebo.
Yes.
At the time when you were consuming alcohol inside the house, could you see if there was anyone who will pick up the empty cans, go and throw them outside?
Ngathi nanihlezi niphuza ke lapho ngabe khona yini umuntu owambona owayeqoqa lawo makani lawo naniphuza ngawo ahambe ke ayowalahlela ngaphandle noma ayolahlela emqomeni.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi angeke ngisho ukuthi khona ngambona kodwa sasingeke sizosihlala igcila amakani kukhona umuntu omdala.
I think so, but I don't think there's someone that I saw, but I also think that there's no way we would have just left the cans there unattended with an elderly person in our midst.
Okay, but you did not see anyone.
Yeah.
Yes,
Okay. When you left to the hospital, you left the house with all the cans that you have been consuming. It is your evidence that all of you, or some of you, you'll correct me, you were consuming alcohol. So it means the cans would have more than what is depicted in picture number 114 of Exhibit D. Yes. If you look at those pictures as they go down, this is the only evidence. There is no Hunter's Gold.
ukuthi uma ukuthi ke ngenza iphutha kuzongilungisana kunaniphuza nonke noma babekhona babengaphuzi ke kodwa ke ukuthi asiwona ilana ngibona ilona ubufakazi obukhona ke ayikho iHunter's Gold kulamakani esiwabonayo la
kulokho okubhekela yebo babheka emgqomeni mhlawumbe kuba umention umgqomo wena babheka mhlawumbe wena emgqomeni efridgini ngoba isefridgini phakathi akufanele balivule nefridge phela
from what we see here, yes, but if they go and look at the dustbin, you mentioned the dustbin, was the fridge open to also see whether because the alcohol was there in the fridge?
But according to the police, this is the only thing they found at the scene after you had left when they attended the crimes.
Amaphoyisa wona ke athi ikona phela ke lokho awakuthola ke khona kwindawo yesigameko emuva kokuthi nihambile.
All right, ngiyakuzwa.
All right, I hear you.
And it does not show the cans that you consumed.
La wena wawaphuza ke asiwaboni.
Alikho lam.
Mine is not here.
And it does not
the
show
red one.
And it does not show the cans consumed by other people.
Namanye ayephuzwa abanye abantu futhi asiwaboni.
Nawa nje.
Here they are. Two of them.
Other than the two.
Oh. Yeah, ngiyacabanga ngoba bawuthiwa bephuza ilento encane bawuthiwa bephuza again.
Yes, I think so because two were drinking the smaller can, the other two were drinking, or then two were drinking Heineken.
Okay, so you agree with me?
Yes.
Okay, correct. Now, the first suspect comes in the house after you had taken alcohol. Correct?
Manje ke sengena woqala ke umsolo emuva kokuthi niphuze utshwala.
Siphuza yebo.
Yes, we were drinking.
And when you were asked in this court to describe, okay, sorry my lord, can I just rephrase? It is your evidence that the alleged first intruder was wearing a hat and had a dreads. Correct me if I'm not correct?
Ubufakazi bakho ukuthi lo woqala ke lo othi owoqala owangena wayegqoka isigqoko futhi enama dreads.
Yebo.
Yes.
But when you testified here in court, you couldn't describe the type of the hat that was worn by the alleged first intruder. Am I
Kodwa
correct?
uma usunikeza ngobufakazi la inkantolo ke. Okay.
No, that is not correct. The witness still demonstrated.
Yeah, that's not the evidence. You see, you say I'm giving evidence. You are not looking at the witness. The witness actually demonstrated the type of head he saw on the head of the alleged first suspect who was having dreaded locks. Just demonstrate if you did. If you didn't demonstrate yesterday, you mustn't do it. Just demonstrate
I did.
if you did. No, but show this Mthololo.
I said
if you demonstrated. That's what he did, and then I said, anybody who knows what a brim is in Zulu, because me, as a so-called Englishman, I know the brim of a hat. And then I said, like for instance, the Minister of Police, Mr. Begikede, wears such hats. And I was saying that after he had demonstrated, okay.
Thank you, my lord. Mr. Mthokozisi, is it correct that you couldn't tell this court what type of the head you saw, but you only demonstrated and you were assisted to give the definition of the head? You said it was round.
Akuyiqiniso yini ukuthi isigqoko leso kwakwazanga ukuthi usichazeke ubutshengisa nje kuphela ke waze walekelelwa ke wasizwa ke ukuchaza leso sigqoko leso?
Isigqoko ngisichazile ukuthi isigqoko sikanjani. I think wena ubungasunderstand up until ijudge lisho leligama elishilo lasho ngoba ngizengakuchazela ukuthi siqoka abantu abadala. So hayi ukuthi ungiassistile or whatever, mhlawumbe ngasho ukuthi ngegama elishilo ngoba nami bengalazi lelo gama. But ukuchazela ngichazelile. Now uyazi ukuthi ngichazelile.
And mention the head. It is only that, not that I didn't know the head, but you are the one who didn't understand it. It is just that the judge then mentioned the word, the brim word that the judge mentioned.
The reason why I'm going back to this, Mthogo,
Yes.
I want you to clarify for the record whether you were able to tell this court what type of the hat was worn by the first suspect. Because I need clarity on that.
Ngifuna ke uqhaqela nje imbangela ukuthi ngibuyele kulokho because ngifuna lokhu kuchazeke kuzwakaleke kuzokwazi nakimi ukuthi kuqaqe ngikuzweke.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ngichazelile ukuthi isigqoko ngichazelile ukuthi isigqoko esikanjani.
By
Igama
demonstration.
ebengalazi laso kodwa ngichazelile ukuze uzoba ne-understanding yokuthi isigqoko eshinjani. So angazi ke ukuthi angizange ngize ngichaze uqonda ukuthini ngoba ngichazelile ngaze ngadescribe isigqoko ukuthi isigqoko esikanjani.
I did mention the head. It is just that the name that I couldn't get to, and I described it, but it's just a name that I couldn't get to. So I don't know how you want me to describe it.
Can I also, is it also correct that you when you gave the description of the hat worn by the first suspect, you said it was round, according to your demonstration?
Ngalendlela ubuchaza ngayo ke ubuchaza njengesigqoko esi-round.
Indlela engisichaze ngayo la ukuthi sikanjani.
That's why I mentioned it here.
It's round.
Yes, sikanje.
And Tumelo on the date at the time of the incident was also wearing a hat. Am I correct?
Notumelo ngaleli langa lesigameko wayifaka isigqoko.
Or you can't recall
Right.
it?
Khona umehluko phakathi ehead isigqoko ngiyabona ukuthi ngiyadideka ke manje la.
I'm also getting confused now.
Yini head yini isigqoko ngoba
No, you can correct me. That's
No.
why I want to get a clear answer from you, whether
That's
it
why
was a cap, whether it was a hat. My lord, can I just refer the witness to photo number 5 and 6?
Yes.
Of the photo album of Sergeant Mosia. Exhibit C, my lord.
Let's see. Okay.
I can see we are having difficulties in describing the head. Let's go to those pictures. Because by round, if you say it was round, all the heads are round. There is no head that is for corner. This is the head also, you see.
This is cover, yes.
Am I correct if I say it is also round?
Naso si-round.
obviously sibe round so ngena kanjani
Yeah.
ekhanda.
Obviously it would be round. How did then put into the head?
You mean there are no four-cornered men on the head?
So I'm trying to define, to understand the definition that you gave when you say it was round.
Can I point it out to you?
Yes.
Because it's right here, so that you'll understand much more clearly. So, this is what I'm referring to. This is
Okay.
Lobola describing it. This is what I'm referring to. Not referring to this one, but referring to this part. This is the round part.
Okay.
And that is the brim. I don't know what it is in Zulu or Shangaan, but in English, it's the brim of a hat.
Of a head.
Yes.
Thank you, my lord. So the one you saw was like this.
This was one. Yes.
Okay. Was it this one?
Sorry.
It might be this one.
Kungenzeka ukuthi lesi.
What is bigger part?
It's just that it's facing down.
Okay.
Yeah.
Sorry, my lord, maybe just bear with me. I'm just going through my questions. And further to that, you said also the first intruder was in possession of the firearm, but you can't define it.
Ushilo ke lo uqala ukuthi wayenesibhamu kodwa ukuthi nje awukwazi usichaza leso sibhamu leso.
Yebo, that's true.
Yes, that's true.
And you also can't tell this court what is it that you saw that made you to say it was a firearm.
Nokuthi ke awukwazi ukuchaza ukuthi yini le owayibona eyenza ukuthi usho ukuthi yisibhamu.
Ngiyakuzwa.
I hear you.
And the first intruder, is it your evidence that he had dreadlocks and also wearing a hat?
Ufakazi bakho ukuthi lo boqala wayenama dreadlocks efake isigqoko.
Yebo.
Yes.
Fakazi bami.
That's my evidence.
So his head was covered.
Ukusho ukuthi ikhanda lakhe lamboziweke.
Ikhanda lanibosiwe.
Yeah, it means
Kodwa
because
wabona
he had
ama-dreads.
dreads. Yes.
Yes, the head was covered, but you could see, or you were able to see the dreadlocks.
Okay, can you just describe how was the dreadlocks that you saw?
Aye kanjani ama dreadlocks?
Ama-dreads ayevela la. Njengoba egqoka isigqoko, ngiyacanga uma ufaka isigqoko, ama-dreadlocks azovela la.
They were appearing here.
In your case, now
was the ears.
lapho usufaka isigqoko nje.
They were coming on side by side.
Yes, side by side.
Yes.
Ufaka isigqoko, mina ngimbona la ngaphambili kwami angithi, so obvious azophetruda la.
Because I saw the person in front of me, so obviously they would protrude from the sides.
And also he was wearing a hat.
Efake isigqoko.
Yes.
Yes.
Did he have any gold?
COVID?
Hayi ngikhumbula.
No, I don't remember.
And his dreadlocks were not tied at the back.
Ayingaboshiwe ama dreadlocks akhe.
They were loose.
emuva.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi ayelusi ngoba kuba iboshiwe kwangeke ngiwabone phela lapho nesigqoko engikaze asifake.
I think they were loose because if they were tied, and then I would not have been able to see them, or he would not even have put on a hat.
Could you see or did not see?
Wakubona noma awuzange ukubona?
Ukuthini?
Whether they were loose or they were tied.
Ukuthi ayeboshiwe noma
Dreadlocks.
ayelusi.
Njengoba ngichaza ukuthi la obvious la ababoshiwe la ivele khona la kuyena. So esigqokeni ngeke ngize ngibone ngoba ufaka isigqoko nje.
Yeah, where they were protruding, they were loose. Then obviously where the head was, then I was in no position to see whether they were tied or not.
In other words, you could not see his face properly because there were dreadlocks on his head and he also had a hat.
Ukusho ukuthi ubuso bakhe ke wangakusimisa ukuthi ungabona ke ngoba wayenama dreadlocks futhi ke efaka isigqoko.
Ngizongamboni kanjani ngoba phela ubuso buyavela.
How
Ngoba phela
how would that have not been possible because the face could see or appear.
Let's move on to the identification parade now. From the observation that you saw, it is your evidence that when you attended the identification parade at GP, if I'm not wrong, you could not identify anyone.
Uma ngenza iphutha ke kule yase GP ID parade awuzange ukhombe umuntu kuleyo.
yebo kuyiqiniso
That's
lokho.
true, yes.
And also in the identification parade that you attended in Pietermaritzburg, it is your evidence that you did not identify anyone.
Naso Peter Marisbeck futhi awuzange ukhombe umuntu.
Ngakho umuntu with similar features but
Yeah.
ngisho ukuthi kagcine yeah.
You have
I pointed
testified
out
that,
someone with similar features.
yeah, you have testified that you've corrected that and you
Okay.
told them you did not mean that. That's why I'm
Yeah.
wrapping it up to
All
say
right.
it means you did not point out anyone. You did
Usho
not
ukuthi awuzange
identify
ukhombe
anyone.
umuntu.
Yebo.
Yes.
The reason why you could not identify anyone, it is because when the incident took place, you had taken alcohol. That is why you couldn't see properly.
Imbangela ke noma izathu sokuthi ke ungazange ukhombe umuntu ingoba nkathi ke isigameko lesi senzeka ke uphuze utshwala.
Yebo qinisela ngiphuzela amakana of 2 Hunters Gold kodwa ngangibona kahle kabi.
Yes, you are right. I drank 2 cans of Hunter's Gold, but I could see clearly.
And you want this court to believe that the intruder you saw was carrying firearm when you cannot even tell what part of the firearm you saw, which makes you to say it was a firearm.
Ufuna futhi lenkantolo ikholweke noma yamukeleke lokho kushoyo ukuthi wabona umuntu ophethe isibhamu kodwa ukwazi nokuthi uchazele ukuthi wabona kuphi ukuthi yisibhamu noma yini le owayibona ke.
Yebo.
Yes.
Lastly, you testified regarding the... Okay, sorry, my lord, can I just rephrase before we go there? I forgot to ask you one question. When you were at Ngashe's homestead, what caused you to run back or to jump back into the house where there was danger?
Angithi ubukwangathi yini ke manje ekubangela ukuthi ubuyele la kunengozi khona kulomuzi onengozi khona.
If it is true that you had left someone with a firearm, you have left an intruder with a firearm inside the house who was attacking the people.
Uma kuwukuthi ngempela washiya lapha kunomuntu owayephethe isibhamu futhi ehlasela abantu.
Ngiyacabanga ukuthi besingibuzele lo mbuzo kodwa ngizophinde ngiphendule futhi.
I think you've answered me that question, but I will answer you again.
Thank you.
Into yangenza ukuthi ngibuyele ngaphakathi endlini it's because ngangisengizwile ama screams kwaphuma uMakakheli ngase sibuza uMakakheli ukuthi uphi lo muntu wesibhamu wasathi akekho uphumula baleka. That was when ngangena ngaphakathi endlini. Angizange ngize ngivele nje ngigijime ngiyongena ngaphakathi endlini.
I had heard the screams. I saw Kelly's mother. I inquired from Kelly's mother. She indeed confirmed that the person had gone out. And I then went back. I would not have just like that gone back to the house.
Okay. At what stage would that person have gone out of the house? You testified that you ran out of the house and then jumped into Ngashe's. Ngashe is next to the Khumalo homestead.
Yes.
And when you did that, you did not see any person moving out of Khumalo's homestead. Am I correct?
Manje ke lo muntu lo wakwenza nini ke ukuthi aphumeke ngoba angithi wena ungene kwaNgatshe futhi ke kwaNgatshe umakhelwane ke isondelene lemizi futhi nawe ke akunamuntu owambona ephuma so isiphi lesikhathi wahamba ngaso noma waphuma ngaso.
Angazi nami ukuthi siphi isikhathi aphuma ngaso but egcineni shudela abaphuma ngoba mina ngibuyela ngaphakathi wayengasekho yena endlini.
I don't know at which time, but which means that eventually the person left because when I went back to the house, he wasn't there.
Okay. But at the time when you jumped into Ngashe's homestead, did you lose sight of the Khumalo's homestead?
Ngalesikhathi ujampela kwaNgatshe. Ingaba sikhona yini isikhathi la khona ke ubungaboni noma ungawuboni umuzi lo wakwaKhumalo noma ungaboni la kwaKhumalo. Nkathi ungena kwaNgatshe.
Phela ngesikhathi ngingena kaNgatshe nami ngangena ngithukile ngisaba khona lokho kwakusekwenzekile nje bakangena abantu aphakathi endlini. So hayi ukuthi ngangihleli ngibuka ekitchen.
Okay. When I went into the Ngashes, I went in there shocked, scared by that had just happened. Not that when I went into the Ngashes, I kept on concentrating or looking into the kitchen. No.
Okay, but in a nutshell, at the time when you ran into Ngashe's homestead, up to the time when you ran back into Khumalo's homestead, you did not see any person moving out of Ngashe's homestead with a firearm. Sorry, my lord, not Ngashe's, Khumalo's homestead with a firearm.
Kodwa ke kona konke lokho. Sukela ngale nkathi ungena kwaNgatshe. uze kube lesikhathi futhi ubuyela khona-ke kwakhumalo awubonanga muntu ephuma endlini owayephethe isibhamu?
Yebo, cathi kuphendulile lokho ukuthi angibonanga isigebengu siphume sasiphethe isibhamu.
Yes, I think I answered that. I did not see the criminal that had the firearm
And
going
we are
out.
also confused as to at what stage did this person who carried the firearm moved out of the house, because you did not see him.
Nalapho kudidekile ukuthi lo muntu waphuma nini ngoba uzange umbone.
Cha, angididekile.
I'm not confused.
Yeah, because you
Angikho
did not
confused.
see him.
Ngoba
Did you
uzange
see him?
umbone.
You can say I did not see him, but hayi ukuthi ngi-confused. Angikho confused.
I'm not confused. You can say that I didn't see the person, but not that I'm confused.
Ah, okay. No, it's fine. Let's move on. And it's only according to your evidence, it's that you were told by Makhumalo, and it is Makhumalo who went out of the house first.
Futhi ke uthi wena uMakhumalo wakutshela ukuthi lo muntu akasekho nokuthi ke uMakhumalo waphuma kuqala endlini.
Ngizothi Makhumalo engambona mina ephuma endlini, hayi ukuthi waphuma kuqala.
I would say Makhumalo is the person I saw coming out of the house, not that she was the first one to come out.
When you entered inside the house and you found the deceased, is there any person who was with the deceased when you saw him?
Uma usubuyela endlini uthola umufike la umthola khona ke ngabe wayekhona yini umuntu owaye lapha yakuyena umufi?
Hayi noma ngisakhumbula kahle kodwa angiboni ngathi wayekhona ngoba mina ngaqhamukela kuyena nje ngisakhumbula kahle kodwa ngiboni ngathi wayekhona.
Although I can't remember that well, but I don't think that there was anyone, because when I appeared there I found him.
And if there was anyone, you would have seen him or her.
Uma kuwukuthi wayekhona umuntu wawuzombona.
Yebo.
Yes.
At that time, did you see Zandi?
Wambona uZandi ngaleso sikhathi?
Hayi cha.
No.
Did you see Kelly Kumalo?
Kelly?
Cha.
No.
Did you see Makhumalo?
uMakhumalo?
Makhumalo wayekhona phela ngangena vele nje ekhona naye la. Ngingena vele ukhona Makhumalo.
Makhumalo was there. As I entered, Makhumalo was there.
And you don't know where Kelly Kumalo was at that time?
Ukuthi uKelly wayekuphi awazi?
No, angimkhumbula uKele.
No, I don't remember Kelly.
My Lord, I've got no further questions.
Thanks. Any re-examinations?
That's a good business, my lord.
Oh, I'm sorry, my Lord, I just left one. Just one, my Lord. I'm sorry.
Yes.
Thank you, my Lord. When I was asking you about the language that was spoken by the intruder, you remember that portion? You said Zandi was here, you had her, meaning me, I had her Zulu, so it means we were watching her testimony.
Kunento ikhulumileke ukuthi uZandi ebela umzwile uZandi uma ekhuluma uzwile isiZulu sakhe, okusho ukuthi ubufakazi bakho bubhekile. Ngathi ngeke ngofakazi bubhekile.
Njengoba ngangishilo angilandeli icala ngisaphinde ngiyasho.
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding. I listen intently. This witness was explaining that if you are Zulu speaking and you come from Enkandla,
Yes.
Engutu,
Yes.
you can go on and on. Your Zulu will be different in tonality from that which is spoken in Johannesburg. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, I did say that, but I understand what she is saying.
You understand what I'm saying?
Referring to Zandile speaking inside the house. Is that what?
Yes, that's true. That's
Yeah,
what I want
please,
to
let's listen.
clarify ukuthi uZandi njengoba yela uZandi phela angimqali ngiyamazi. So ngiyasazi isiZulu sakhe.
I
So
know
I refer
Zandi.
ukuthi la enkantolo because that would make sense kunina ngoba senimzwile isiZulu sakhe njengoba nisizwa nesami. So uZandi sengihlalile na ngiye ngahlala naye prior before so ngiyasazi isiZulu sakhe ukuthi sikanjani.
I know Zandi,
But iqala angililandeli ngisasho namanje. I
I'm
don't
still
follow the
saying
case.
I don't follow the case, but I was making it easy. I was making reference to you. That is now in the plural. That I spent time with Zandi, so I know how she speaks. This is Zulu.
Thank you, my
So
Lord. I've
that's what
got
I
no
meant.
further questions.
Yes, any re-examination?
As a court, please, my lord. In cross-examination by Advocate Mshololo for accused number 5, you mentioned that after identifying the deceased at the Ballistic Pathology Services, you proceeded to Malbatten, where Kelly Khumalo was with the brother of the deceased. Is that correct?
Ushilo-ke uma ubuzwa-ke uyena-ke u-Advocate Mshololo ukuthi nathi uma seniqedile-ke eGermiston nahamba-ke kanye nawo umfowabo kaSenzo naya eMalbatten.
Yebo.
Yes, that's so.
And you say Ms. Kelly Khumalo then handed the deceased identity document to the brother of the deceased.
Ushilo-ke nokuthi wase endlulisela-ke umazisi wakhe-ke umufi kuyena ubhuti wakhe.
Yebo kuyiqiniso.
That's correct.
Do you remember the date on the Tuesday?
Wasikhumbula leyo Tuesday ukuthi i-date 18?
Yebo.
Yes.
Ngikhumbula.
Yes.
Umhla 28 October 2014.
28 October 2014.
And do you perhaps remember more or less what time that was when she handed the identity document?
Engakusho ukuthi mhlawumbe kwakuyisemini.
I'd say that it was during the day,
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle kodwa kwakuyisemini.
although I can't remember well, but during the day.
In cross-examination by Mr. Ramusipele for accused number 1 and 2, he put it to that Ms. Zandile Khumalo testified that you stop over at the venue of the party en route to Dorothy Nyembe.
Kukhona ke akushilo kuwena-ke ubaba Ramusipile ukuthi ke khona la enama khona-ke noma ufakazi bukazana ukuthi khona-ke indawo onayadlula so nayondlula la iphathi eyayizoba khona endleleni eya eDorothy Nyembe.
Yebo ngiyakhumbula lokho kodwa akukhona iqiniso.
Yes, I remember that, but it's not the truth.
Yes, you replied that you never reached the venue of the party.
Ushilo ukuthi zange niyofika lapho.
Cha, zange sizofika.
No, we didn't.
Can you clarify as to what time were you supposed to attend the party?
Asike sichaze nje ukuthi iphathi lena kwakufanele ukuthi naniye isikhathi sini kuyona.
Iphathi kakufanele noma ngasakhumbula kahle but iphathi kakufanele kube isemini ngoba yayizoqala ngoku-go-karter and then from lapho kakuzomova sekuyiwa endlini kaRwema Hamutsa la kakune-braai khona na yonke into yayizokwenzeka khona kodwa uku-go-karter ngikwazi kwakuyisemini.
The party was supposed to have taken place during the day because that's when the go-karting would have happened. Then from there, we then proceeded to Rwema Hamutsa's party where the braai and everything was going to be held later on.
The party that you're referring to that would have taken place during the day is different from the party that was supposed to take place at Rwema Hamutsa's place.
Le party le okhuluma ngayo uthi yayizokwenzeka emini kwakuyiphathi yahlukile kunale eyayizokwenzeka endlini kaRwema Hamutsa.
Mhlambe ngiyibeke ngendlela ezo-understandeka ukuthi kakuyiphathe yodwa kodwa ukuthi yayine-sequence ukuthi kuzo-go-karter from uku-go-karter wake beqedile mhlawumbe mase kuyalandelwana ukuthi nami phela ngiyazi i-plan yayithini but ngokufunda kwami ukuthi kakuzoqeda uku-go-karter wami mase kuyalandelwana-ke sekuyiwa endlini kaRwema Hamutsa or abantu bazoqala beyoshintsha mase kuyiwa endlini kaRwema Hamutsa angazi kahle but ngikwazi ukuthi kakuzoqala ngoku-go-karter from uku-go-karter kakuzomuvelwa endlini yaRwema Hamutsa.
It was going to start with the go-karting, and then from there, it's just that I don't know what the plan was. Maybe from there, then a convoy to Rwema Hamutsa, or people would maybe first have gone to change their clothing, then go to Rwema Hamutsa's house.
Now, en route to Dorothy Nyembe Stadium, did you stop over at Rwema Hamutsa's place?
Manje ke endleleni eya khona ke eDorothy Nyembe ingaba nandlula yini kwaRwema Hamutsa?
Cha,
no, we didn't.
Thank you. And do you perhaps know if the deceased was making any inquiries as to how far the arrangements for the party was?
Ingabe uyazi yini ukuthi umufike wayemane buza noma ke ezama ukwazi ke ukuthi ama plans noma ama preparations e party ahamba kanjani?
Hayi cha.
No.
Cha.
Thank you.
No.
Mr. Ramosipil, on behalf of accused number 1 and 2, asks you to describe how the first intruder was clad. You mentioned that he had the jacket or jersey. Do you remember what the color of thereof was?
Buziwe ke ngejacket lana noma ijezi ngabe usakhumbula yini umbala wayo ukuthi awunjani?
Noma ngasakhumbuli kahle, but it was ngasho mhlambe darkish color, but angisakhumbuli kahle.
Although I can't remember that well, I would say that maybe a darkish color, although I can't remember well.
Darky could be black, brown, gray, navy, black.
The colors that the witness is now mentioning, black, brown, navy, around there.
And when Mr. Ramosipili questioned you regarding Exhibit U2, the statement that you made on the 14th of December 2017, you indicated that it was taken down at the beach. Is that correct?
Uma ubuzwa ke uyena ke uMr. Ramosipili ke mayelana nestatement yake esenziwa nge-14th ka December 2017 ushilo ke ukuthi senzeka noma sathathelwa ke ebeach.
Yes, khona statement engathathela ebeach, and I think it's on.
Yes, there is a
statement abangithatha.
There is
a beach.
There is a statement that was taken from me at the beach. I think that's the statement.
And can you just describe the circumstances? Was it in open air, in a restaurant, or where was your statement taken down?
Lapho ebeach ke kwenzeka kuphi lokho kwenzeka nje ngaphandle ngise restaurant kwenzeka kuphi?
No, kakuyindawo evulekile.
It's an open area.
Kunale ndawo yokuhlala, yabo itafula inesitulo ngala, itulo ngala.
It's an open area. You see at the beach there are tables and it's got chairs on the chair on this side, the chair on that side.
Like a bench. I'm not going to say a chair, bench, sort of. But it was not inside the restaurant.
Kwakungekho ngaphakathi ke restaurant.
And can you maybe describe the circumstances? Was it calm? Was it noisy?
Kwakuyindawo nje, kwakunomsindo noma kwakuyindawo nje kwakuthule la.
Beach angiboni ngathula.
I don't see a beach as being calm.
Yes. But what were the circumstances?
But I can't remember well.
Yeah, but sasingaphandle nje. Sasingaphandle kunolwandle nje, not far from la sasikhona.
We were outside and there was a beach not far from where we were.
And you say there was a misunderstanding between you and the statement taker regarding, amongst others, which suspect was wearing a hat and which one was wearing a hoodie.
Ushilo ke ukuthi kwakhona ke ungazwani noma la kwakuna misunderstand nakhona ke phakathi kwakho nalo owayethatha istatement mayelana nokuthi ke ubani owayefake ihoodie ubani owayefake isigqoko.
Yebo kuyiqiniso lokho.
Yes, that's so.
And you say the version that you gave in court is what happened.
Uthi wena lokho okukhuluma enkantolo yiloko kwenzeka.
Yebo ngisho njalo.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
You mentioned that you don't remember if the statement Exhibit U2 was read back to you. Do you perhaps remember if you were given the opportunity to read the statement yourself?
Ushilo ukuthi awusakhumbuli noma istatement lesi ke wasifundelwa yini? Ingabe uyakhumbula yini ukuthi wena wasinikezwa ke ukuthi uyifundele? Lokho ukuthi wasifundela uthi awukhumbula, kodwa ukuthi usinike wena uyifundele uyakhumbula lokho?
Cha, hayi ngikhumbula nje ngisho ukuthi zikhona statement engayifundanga, zikhona engikhumbula ukuthi mhlawumbe singangizifundile. So angisakhumbuli nalapho ukuthi le kulesi ke banginikeza noma banginikeza ngayina ngikhumbula.
No, I don't remember. As I said previously, that there were statements that were read back to me and there were statements that were not. So with regards to this one, I can't remember.
In the introductory part of Exhibit U2, the investigating officer says that the purpose of the statement was to clarify certain issues raised by the investigating officer.
Ekuqaleni laphayana ke ngaphambi kokuthi iqale ukuthi ubhale istatement uyasho ke laphayana umseshi ke noma umphenyi wecala ukuthi ke ukuzama ke ukuthi ke kuchazwe ke noma kulungiswe ke izinto ezithize yena ke umphenyi wecala ebezingacacile kuyena.
Yebo.
Yes.
Now, what was the process of making the statement? Did he ask you questions and you were responding to the questions, or were you narrating?
Ngabe kwakwenzeka kanjani ke wayekubuza imibuzo ubuso uyaphendula ke wena noma waveze wathi nje khuluma?
Kuzoba nzima nalapho ukuthi ngikhumbule kahle kodwa engikhumbulayo ukuthi naye ngathi wayengibuza naye imibuzo.
It's going to be difficult to remember there as well, but I think he was also asking me questions.
Mr. Ramusipile also put the version of Kaya to you as to what happened when you left the premises of the Ngashas.
Okunye futhi ke ubaba Ramusipile ke akubuze ngakho ke noma ukuchazela ke ukuthi ukhaya uthini ke yena ukuthi kwenzekani uma wena usuka uphuma kwaNgqatshe ubuyela ngale.
When you jump over the concrete wall from the Ngashas into the Kumalos, did you see where Ngasha Senior was?
Ngathi ke wena usujompa ke usuka kwaNgqatshe ujompela khona ke kwaPhumalo engabe wabona yini ukuthi ubaba hayi indodana ubaba uNgqatshe wayekuphi?
Ngathi ngamshiya egcekeni la kwakhe.
I think I left him on his premises.
And Kaya?
Ukhaya yena?
Ukhaya ngimkhumbula ngoba endlini ngesikhathi ngilokhu nje ngisiza uSenzo wayekhona na eceleni kwami wayesekhona eceleni kwami so
I remember Kaya in this way.
I
remember Kaya that when I picked up Senzo, that Kaya was next to me, assisting me, but I jumped before him. I was the first one to jump, and then he followed.
But did you see him jumping over?
No, I can't remember where. Sorry?
Yes.
I think maybe I jumped with him.
Yes. But yeah, but if you say you think, what is the position?
Sure? No, no, sure.
The witness had already said, I can't.
Yes. Yes, but as a court, please, my lord, we're just asking the witness to clarify. Are you able to say whether Kaya Ngashi jumped over the concrete wall just after you, or what is the position?
I think indeed I jumped with him.
And perhaps just lastly, when you were carrying the deceased from where he was lying in the house, did you carry him straight to the vehicle, or did you take rest in between?
Ingabe uma niqubula umufike nihamba niya naye emotweni ingaba namqubula ke naseniya ngqo emotweni noma nanimane niphumula?
Yo ngisakukhumbula ke lokho kodwa engikwazi ukuthi uSenzo wayesinda.
I want to remember
ukuthi asimqubula esinda besimqubule sambe naye angazi ke noma sase resta kodwa ngibona sasolesi resta kanjani ngabe siyamphuthumise esibhedlela.
I can't remember that because yes, Senzo was heavy. We just picked him up, but I don't see us that we were taking rest. How were we going to do that? Because we were rushing him to hospital.
But if sa resta mhlawumbe ngabe isikhathi angazi mhlawumbe second phinde simqubule angisakhumbuli kahle
na. But if it is indeed that we rested, maybe a second, but I can't remember.
Thank you, Mama. That is all.
Yeah, sorry. Just for elucidation of what was put to you. You heard that advocate Mumalo put it to you that one of you persons who were inside the house, excluding what you say was the first and the second suspect, shot and killed Senzo. You heard that?
Uyakhumbula ke okushiwo kuwe kushiwo uyena ke uadvocate Momalo ukuthi ke ukhiphe ke laba bawu2 ke laba ekuthiwa bangena ke ukuthi omunye wenu ke ababe phakathi endlini ke uyena wadubula uSenzo ukhumbula esho kuwena.
Yebo ngakhumbula.
Yes, I remember that.
When, so the questions I want clarification on. Did you ever meet Longwe, for instance? Let's start with who was in the house. It was Tumelo at the time of the incident. Tumelo, Longwe, Makumalo, Kelly, Zandile, yourself.
Ibona abantu babesendlini lapho ujaji babalayo ngithi.
And Senzo.
And Senzo, of course, yes. The previous day, it means the 25th. Were you with Senzo?
Yes.
Yebo nganganye noSenzo nge25.
Right. Were you also with Zandi?
Yes.
No Zandi futhi.
Where were you?
We at Malberton, but we met Orlando, Soweto.
I would say
Then we
that-
drove to Malberton.
I would say
Yes.
we were in Malberton, but we met at Soweto, Orlando, then drove to Malberton.
And Tumelo, on the very day, did you meet with him?
On the 25th?
Huh?
No.
Azange hlangana noTumelo
And then
nge25.
Longwe, on the 25th, did you meet with him?
No.
Azange hlangana noLongwe nge25.
Makumalo, on the 25th, did you meet with
No.
her?
Azange hlangana noMakhumalo nge25.
And Kelly?
Yes.
Nganganye noKelly nge25.
So the only aspect was that you, Zandile, Kelly,
And Senzo.
and Senzo were together at
Yes.
some stage on the 25th.
Yes, that's true.
Nge25 mina uZandi uKelly kanye noSenzo ke sasindawonye noma kunesikhathi la esasindawonye.
So you never conspired?
We never?
Conspired?
With Kelly?
All of you? That's what it was put to you.
No.
Asikaze spoken
No.
to.
Okay. The other aspect is, did you attend Senzo's funeral?
Yes, I did.
Ngaya emngcwabeni kaSenzo.
Did you play any part in the arrangement of those funeral rituals?
Yes, I can say the memorial service. The memorial service, yeah, and the one in Durban on Friday.
Remember that service le eyila na le ayisitebeni
The
ngolesihlanu.
one here in Joburg was held on Thursday.
Okay.
Eyala yayingolesine.
You attended both memorial services?
I attended one, the one here in Joburg. The one in Durban, when we reached in Durban, the memorial service was already over because we were driving down with Senzo's car.
Sathi mase sifika ke eDurban kube biseDurban ngosuku olandelayo ngolesihlanu safika ke isindlulile ngoba sasi driver ke uyakhona ngayo imoto kaSenzo.
Do you know if Tumelo attended the funeral of Senzo?
I'm not sure, but I heard he did. But I mean, I don't recall seeing him, but I heard he did attend. I'm not sure.
Ngezwe ukuthi uTumelo wayekhona emngcwabeni kodwa ke mina ke angizange ngimbone.
And Longwe, do you know if he attended the funeral?
I wouldn't know how long ago.
Ngeke ngazi ke ngolongo ukuthi waya emngcwabeni.
And Kelly, did you know if she attended the funeral?
Kelly was banned from attending the funeral.
Wayenqatshelwa nje wavinjwa yena kuKelly ukuthi angayi.
And Zandile, did she attend the funeral?
No, she didn't. I don't think she-
noZandile akazange aye naye futhi.
Okay. Any questions arising?
None from the state side.
Perhaps one question, my lord, and which is this: Zandile Khumalo, when asked by the state prosecutor, when last did she see Longwe Thwala, she said on the evening of the 25th of October. And yesterday when I asked you, you were, there's the four of you, that is Zandile, Kelly, Senzo, and yourself.
Yes.
And then you were accompanied by a gentleman and a lady, but they later left. They didn't sleep over at Malberton. I asked you specifically, was that gentleman Longwe Thwala? Remember that?
Yes.
What was your answer?
I said I don't recall, I don't remember, because that person was too far, and when we walked inside the house, they didn't spend much time. They left with the female, so I don't recall seeing them. Even the other girl, I don't know who she was.
But the
uma ububuza ke izolo ngalapha noma lo wesilisa nowesifazane babe semalbathini mshilo ukuthi babe kude base behamba ke nalona futhi ke wesifazane naye ke ngikhumbula nokuthi kwakubani.
But that male person, if it was Longwe and you saw him the following day on the 26th when he came at the Kumalo household, your memory will be jogged that this is indeed the gentleman that I saw last night, correct?
Uma kwakuwukuthi lo muntu angithi uLongwe wafika ke nge-26 lapha amakhumalo manje uma usumbona ke nge-26 ke umqondo wakho ubuzobuya ukuthi lo muntu yilo bengimbonile ngayizolo.
Ngaba kanjalo kube ngangikhulumile naye mhlawumbe manje umuntu mawuzombukela kude ungamnakile futhi ungaba nzima ukuthi ngithi ngakusasa benginaye ngayizolo.
That would have been the case if I had spoken to the person, but if the person was at a distance and I didn't pay attention to that person, then it would have been difficult for me to say that I was with this person the previous day.
Sorry, my lord, I'm just reading from a document that I've just read. My lord, I don't have any further questions.
Nisi? Malo?
Thank you, my lord. I just have one question. I'm going to be direct.
The other side is direct.
So on my lord, I'm referring the witness to Exhibit P3, the statement of Zandile Kumar.
Okay.
It's about the events of the 25th. It's a statement of Zandile Kumar that was entered and marked Exhibit P3 at paragraph 22. It's A114.
Yeah, read a portion to him.
Yes. It says the previous night we supposed to perform at Soweto and there was rain. The performance was cancelled. Myself, Precious, Mthokozisi Thwala and Senzo went to Kelly's house. I cannot recall where.
Lana ke le statement lesi esikazandile ne ukhuluma ngaloko kwenzeka nge-25 A114 uthi kwakufanele ngalezo 25 lezo baperformeke eSoweto kodwa ke ngenxa yokuthi kwakunemvula yaseke leyo event leyo bayikhansela yena uSenzo uKelly uLongwe kanye noPrecious base beya kwa Kelly noma baya. Did I hear you correct? To Malbatin.
I cannot recall where Longwe joined us, but he was at Kelly's house. He did not sleep there, but left myself, Kelly, Mthokozisi, Precious, and Senzo.
Angazi ke ukuthi uLongwe ke wasijoina ngasiphi isikhathi kodwa wayelapho ke kodwa akakazange alale wasehamba washiya mina uMthokozisi uSenzo uKelly kanye noPrecious. Statement esikazandi leso.
Yebo.
Yes.
So are you following, sir? Because I'm taking this from what the court has asked you.
Lokho uthi kubuya kuloko obuzwa ujudge.
Maybe to be clear with you, so you did meet Longwe on the 25th of October.
I think I've explained ukuthi lo mawukuthi le muntu wesilisa bangisho kakhona umuntu wesilisa newentombazane mawukuthi le wesilisa kakuyena uLongwe then should kakuyena uLongwe but mina angizange ngize ngikhulume naye angizange ngize ngimbone so angizange ayikho engayikhuluma naye ngangimbukela from kude and wahamba lo muntu washesha ukuhamba so angazi fanele ngize ngithi ngimbonile uLongwe ngayizola ngibe ngisho ukuthi angimbonanga.
I did make mention of the fact that I saw a gentleman on that day, but the gentleman was at a distance and I never spoke to the gentleman. If it is then, but I'm not disputing that, but I never spoke to the person. And there was also a female as well. I did say that.
But not a long time passed and you saw this person on the following day, the 26th of October, 2014.
Which means?
Sorry. Do you have instructions that that person was Longwe? On the 25th.
I'm reading from the document.
That's Zandi's statement.
Yes.
I'm asking a pertinent question about your instructions.
No, I don't have any instructions. I was reading from the document.
No, that's Zandi's statement.
Yes.
Because the witness says he saw that person with a female person. They were at a distance. He never spoke to them, didn't identify them, and can't even dispute whether it was Longwe or who.
Yes.
Because he only physically saw Longwe the following day. Is that not your evidence, sir?
That's exactly what I'm saying.
Yes. Just one question. The court also asked you about if there was any conspiracy theory. You said no. If there was, were you going to agree?
Inkantolo ikubuzileke ukuthi kwaba khona yini iculo laboshwa wasuphendula ke wena wathi cha uma ukuthi lalikhona ke ubuzovuma
Lalingeke nje lize baqale balikhuluma iculo phambi kwami.
They would never even have started conspiring in my presence.
Thank you, my lord. I have no further
That's my
explanation.
answer.
Thank you.
So before Ms. Mshololo, Your Excellency, can I just ask one question, follow up from Mr.
Okay.
Duma? Mr. Thwala, on the night of the 25th, if I recall, your evidence is that you passed by Soweto and you also bought alcoholic drinks after the soccer game, correct?
Uma ngikhumbula kahle uthi ngabe kwakusubanga i25 emuva kwegame noma igame isiphelileke nadlule Soweto nathenga utshwala nakhona.
Doesn't arise from the
I know.
Okay.
Is it having another party?
Okay, let me leave it there. But on the night, on the 25th, in the house, the two persons, Precious and the gentleman, did they enter the Malbatten residence of Kelly Kumalo and Senzo Meyiwa?
Labantu abawu2 labo khuluma ngabo babe khona babesilisa kanye nowesifazane ke ingabe bangena phakathi nabendlini lapha eMalbatten kwaKelly nakwaSenzo.
From la ngihleli khona mina ukuthi eMalbatten ayi picture yakhona babe lapha ngasemnyango eduze kwefridge. That's the only interaction engasho ukuthi ngababona kuyona. Hayi ukuthi beza abahlala la edining or sitting room la ngihleli khona babe lapha nje ngase kitchen ngibabukela kude. Yebo bangena ngoba ubabona kwami ngababonela lapha.
Yes, they came in. From where I was seated, they were at a distance. I never interacted with them. They were at the fridge. It's just that we don't have a picture of the house in Malbatten, but they were at a distance. Yes, they came in because they were in the kitchen area, but I saw them at a distance.
They were in the kitchen area. Where were you seated?
Njengoba ngishilo sitting room.
The sitting room.
And in relation to the sitting room, where's the kitchen? Is there a barrier wall that you can't see somebody that's at the kitchen?
Lawo hlezi khona nekhishi ke ingaba kunobonda ke oluhlukanisayo olwenza ukuthi ungaboni.
Alokhu bonda kodwa ukhulu.
There's no
nje kakhulu futhi ikhishi lile kude.
There's no barrier wall.
Couch le kude.
It's a huge
ayikho kodwa iberi ayikho ibonda ukuthi uyongena ekitchen eminyango cha. Uyakwazi ukubona nje kanje.
But it's just huge. The kitchen is there, the couches are there.
And what was illumination like at the kitchen and where the couches were?
The kitchen nala ama couch ayekhona ukhanya ke noma indlela ekubonakala ngayo kwakukanjani.
Hayi akakhanya ngibona singahlala endaweni emnyama.
There was illumination. I don't see that we would have sat in a dark place. There was light.
Okay, now this point, how easily do you retain memories of people that you've...
No, that's not arising from the questions I asked.
Let me leave it.
Yeah, you know the procedure, ne? Yeah, please. Mr. Mshololo?
Thank you, my lord. I've got two from the question.
Are they arising from the questions I asked?
Yes, my lord.
Fine, okay.
Was Makhumalo also banned from attending the deceased funeral?
uMakhumalo naye ke wanqatshela ukuthi aze emngcwabeni.
Umuntu wanqatshela ukuthi aze emngcwabeni kakuKelly Khumalo.
The person that was banned from the funeral was Kelly Khumalo.
But do you know if Makhumalo attended?
Uyazi ukuthi why uMakhumalo?
Ngeke ngizengaza.
I wouldn't know. I don't know.
Mandisa, the deceased fiancée, do you know if she was allowed to attend the funeral?
Mandisa?
Mandisa wayehleli emakhandleleni.
She was there, seated there where the candles were.
Okay, thank you, my lord. I have no further
She was
questions.
seated on the mattress.
Mattress emakhandleleni. Yeah. Well, sithi uhleli emakhandleleni thina in Zulu.
That's how we say it in Zulu.
Thanks. Yes, Mr. Baloyi?
As a court pleases, my lord, we reached an agreement with my colleagues that we should rather start with a new witness on Monday.
On Monday.
Yes. Maybe then adjourn until Monday.
Okay then. It's Monday then. What is agenda?